Well, good morning. Here we are, the very first shiny new Sunday in Rudolph's shiny new year. Welcome, 2016. Happy New Year, everybody. This is our, is this our 6th continuous day? Not including a 2-day holiday that I took for vocal rest, but I believe today is the 7th. Today might be our 7th or 8th ongoing day for the J.R.R. Tolkien Readathon. A very special day, January 3rd. Happy birthday to Professor John Ronald Reuel Tolkien. Yes, it's a very significant day for all Ringer fans out there. So, in honor of the professor's birthday, we now continue with The Two Towers, Book 3, Chapter 5, The White Rider. "My very bones are chilled," said Gimli, flapping his arms and stamping his feet. Day had come at last. At dawn, the companions had made such breakfast as they could. Now, reset. Reset button. Roll that beautiful bean footage while we reset. Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's a very, very special day indeed for all Lord of the Rings and Hobbit fans. As you certainly know by now, it is Professor J.R.R. Tolkien's birthday, January 3rd, celebrated worldwide by Tolkien enthusiasts and fans and all kinds of good folks around the world. They'll be gathering tonight at their favorite pub and sharing a pint at the appointed hour and saying, "To the professor," in honor of his birthday today. So we continue now with day number 8. That is right. Day 8 of our ongoing Tolkien Readathon that began on Christmas morning with The Hobbit. Now we're in The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, presently in Book 3, Chapter 5, The White Rider. My name is Clifford Broadway. I'm very glad to have you all here with me today. Let us continue now with our story. "My very bones are chilled," said Gimli, flapping his arms and stamping his feet. Day had come at last. At dawn the companions had made such breakfast as they could. Now in the growing light they were getting ready to search the ground again for signs of the hobbits. "And do not forget that old man," said Gimli. "I should be happier if I could see the print of a boot." "Well, why would that make you happy?" said Legolas. "Because an old man with feet that leave marks might be no more than he seemed," answered the dwarf. "Maybe," said the elf, "but a heavy boot might leave no print here. The grass is deep and springy." "Well, that would not baffle a ranger," said Gimli. "A bent blade is enough for Aragorn to read, but I do not expect him to find any traces. It was an evil phantom of Saruman that we saw last night. I'm sure of it, even under the light of morning. His eyes are looking out on us from Fangorn over now. Maybe—" "It is likely enough," said Aragorn. "Yet I am not sure. I am thinking of the horses. You said last night, Gimli, that they were scared away, but I did not think so. Did you hear them, Legolas? Did they sound to you like beasts in terror?" "No," said Legolas. "I heard them clearly. But for the darkness and our own fear, I should have guessed that they were beasts wild with some sudden gladness. They spoke as horses will when they meet a friend that they have long missed." "So I thought," said Aragorn, "but I cannot read the riddle unless they return. Come, the light is growing fast. Let us look first and guess later. We should begin here, near to our own camping ground, searching carefully all about and working up the slope towards the forest. To find the hobbits is our errand, whatever we may think of our visitor in the night. If they escaped by some chance, then they must have hidden in the trees, or they would have been seen. If we find nothing between here and the eaves of the wood, then we will make a last search upon the battlefield and among the ashes. But there is little hope here. The horsemen of Rohan did their work too well. For some time, the companions crawled and groped upon the ground. The tree stood mournfully above them, its dry leaves now hanging limp and rattling in the chill easterly wind. Aragorn moved slowly away. He came back to the ashes of the watchfire near the riverbank, and then began to retrace the ground back towards the knoll where the battle had been fought. Suddenly, he stooped and bent low, with his face almost in the grass. Then he called to the others. They came running up. "Here, at last, we find news," said Aragorn. He lifted up a broken leaf for them to see, a large pale leaf of golden hue, now fading and turning brown. "Here is a malorn leaf of Lorien, and there are small crumbs on it, and a few more crumbs in the grass. And see, there are some pieces of cut cord lying nearby." "And here is the knife that cut them," said Gimli. He stooped and drew out of a tussock, into which some heavy foot had trampled it, a short, jagged blade. The haft from which it had been snapped was beside it. "It was an orc weapon," he said, holding it gingerly and looking with disgust at the carved handle. It had been shaped like a hideous head with squinting eyes and leering mouth. "Well, here's the strangest riddle that we have yet found," exclaimed Legolas. "A bound prisoner escapes both from the orcs and from the surrounding horsemen. He then stops, while still in the open, and cuts his bonds with an orc knife. But how and why? For if his legs were tired, how did he walk? And if his arms were tied, how did he use the knife? And if neither were tied, why did he cut the cords at all? Being pleased with his skill, he then sat down and quickly ate some whey bread. That, at least, is enough to show that he was a hobbit, without the malorn leaf. After that, I suppose, he turned his arms into wings and flew away singing into the trees. It should be easy to find him. We only need wings ourselves." "There was sorcery here, right enough," said Gimli. "What was that old man doing? What have you to say, Aragorn, to the reading of Legolas? Can you better it?" "Maybe I could," said Aragorn, smiling. "There are some other signs near at hand that you have not considered. I agree that the prisoner was a hobbit, and must have had either legs or hands free before he came here. I guess that it was his hands, because the riddle then becomes easier, and also because, as I read the marks, he was carried to this point by an orc. Blood was spilled there a few places away. Orc blood. There are deep prints of hoofs all about this spot, and signs that a heavy thing was dragged away. The orc was slain by the horsemen, and later his body was hauled to the fire. But the hobbit was not seen. He was not in the open, for it was night, and he still had his elven cloak. Ah. He was exhausted and hungry, and it is not to be wondered at that when he had cut his bonds with the knife of his fallen enemy, he rested and ate a little before he crept away. It was a comfort to know that he had some lembas in his pocket, even though he ran away without gear or pack. That, perhaps, is like a hobbit. I say he, though I hope and guess that both Merry and Pippin were here together. There is, however, nothing to show that for certain. And how do you suppose that either of our friends came to have a hand free? Asked Gimli. I do not know how it happened, answered Aragorn, nor do I know why an orc was carrying them away, not to help them to escape. We may be sure. Nay, rather I think that now I begin to understand a matter that has puzzled me from the beginning. Why, when Boromir had fallen, were the orcs content with the capture of Merry and Pippin? They did not seek out the rest of us, nor attack our camp, but instead they went with all speed towards Isengard. Did they suppose they had captured the ring-bearer and his faithful comrade? I think not. Their masters would not dare to give such plain orders to orcs, even if they knew so much themselves. They would not speak openly to them of the ring. They are not trusty servants. But I think the orcs had been commanded to capture hobbits alive at all costs. An attempt was made to slip out with the prisoners before the battle. Treachery, perhaps, likely enough with such folk. Some large and bold orc may have been trying to escape with the prize alone, for his own ends. There, that is my tale. Others might be devised, but on this we may count in any case. One at least of our friends escaped. It is our task to find him and help him before we return to Rohan. We must not be daunted by Fangorn, since need drove him into that very dark place. I do not know which daunts me more, Fangorn or the thought of the long road through Rohan on foot, said Gimli. Then let us go into the forest, said Aragorn. It was not long before Aragorn found fresh signs. At one point, near the bank of the Entwash, he came upon footprints, hobbit prints, but too light for much to be made of them. Then again, beneath the bole of a great tree on the very edge of the wood, more prints were discovered. The earth was bare and dry and did not reveal much. One hobbit at least stood here for a while and looked back, and then he turned away into the forest, said Aragorn. And we must go in too, said Gimli. But I do not like the look of this Fangorn, and we were warned against it. I wish the chase had led anywhere else. I do not think the wood feels evil, whatever tales may say, said Legolas. He stood under the eaves of the wood, stooping forward, as if he were listening, and peering with wide eyes into the shadows. No, it is not evil, or what evil is in it is far away. I catch only the faintest echoes of dark places where the hearts of the trees are black. There's no magic near us, but there is watchfulness and anger. Well, it has no cause to be angry with me, said Gimli. I have done it no harm. That is just as well, said Legolas. But nonetheless, it has suffered harm. There is something happening inside, or going to happen. Do you not feel the tenseness? It takes my breath. I feel the air is stuffy, said the dwarf. This wood is lighter than Mirkwood, but it is musty and shabby. It is old, very old, said the elf. So old that almost I feel young again, as I have not felt since I journeyed with you children. It is old and full of memory. I could have been happy here if I had come in days of peace. I dare say you could, snorted Gimli. You are a wood elf anyway, though elves of any kind are strange folk. Yet you comfort me. Where you go, I will go. But keep your bow ready to hand, and I will keep my axe loose in my belt. Not for use on trees, he added hastily, looking up at the tree under which they stood. I do not wish to meet that old man unawares, without an argument ready to hand. That is all. Let us go. With that, the three hunters plunged into the forest of Fangorn. Legolas and Gimli left the tracking to Aragorn. There was little for him to see. The floor of the forest was dry and covered with a drift of leaves, but guessing that the fugitives would stay near the water, he returned often to the banks of the stream. So it was that he came upon the place where Merry and Pippin had drunk and bathed their feet. There, plain for all to see, were the footprints of two hobbits, one somewhat smaller than the other. This is good tidings, said Aragorn, yet the marks are 2 days old, and it seems that, at this point, the hobbits left the waterside. Then what shall we do now? said Gimli. "We cannot pursue them through the whole fastness of Fangorn. We have come ill-supplied. If we do not find them soon, we shall be of no use to them except to sit down beside them and show our friendship by starving together. If that is indeed all we can do, then we must do that," said Aragorn. "Let us go on." They came at length to the steep, abrupt end of Treebeard's Hill, and looked up at the rock wall with its rough steps leading to the high shelf. Gleams of sun were striking through the hurrying clouds, and the forest now looked less gray and drear. "Let us go up and look about us," said Legolas. "I still feel my breath short. Oh, I should like a taste of freer air for a while." The companions climbed up. Aragorn came last, moving slowly. He was scanning the steps and ledges closely. "I'm almost sure that the hobbits have been up here," he said, "but there are other marks, very strange marks, which I do not understand. I wonder if we can see anything from this ledge which will help us to guess which way they went next." He stood up and looked about, but he saw nothing that was of any use. The shelf faced southward and eastward, but only on the east was the view open. There he could see the heads of the trees descending in ranks towards the plain from which they had come. "We have journeyed a long way around," said Legolas. "We could have come here all safe together if we had left the great river on the second or third day and struck west. Few can foresee whither their road will lead them till they come to its end." "But we did not wish to come to Fangorn," said Gimli. "Yet here we are, and nicely caught in the net," said Legolas. "Look." "Look at what?" said Gimli. "There in the trees." "Where? I have not elf eyes." "Hush! Speak more softly. Look," said Legolas, pointing. "Down in the wood, back in the way that we have just come. It is he. Can you not see him, passing from tree to tree?" I see now, hissed Gimli. "Look, Aragorn, did I not warn you? There is the old man, all in dirty grey rags. That is why I could not see him at first." Aragorn looked and beheld a bent figure moving slowly. It was not far away. It looked like an old beggar man, walking wearily, leaning on a rough staff. His head was bowed, and he did not look towards them. In other lands they would have greeted him with kind words, but now they stood silent, each feeling a strange expectancy. Something was approaching that held a hidden power or menace. Gimli gazed with wide eyes for a while, as step by step the figure drew nearer. Then, suddenly unable to contain himself longer, he burst out, "Your bow, Legolas! Bend it! Get ready! It is Saruman! Do not let him speak or put a spell on us! Shoot first!" Legolas took his bow and bent it, slowly and as if some other will resisted him. He held an arrow loosely in his hand, but did not fit it to the string. Aragorn stood silent. His face was watchful and intent. "Why are you waiting? What is the matter with you?" said Gimli in a hissing whisper. "Legolas is right," said Aragorn quietly. "We may not shoot an old man so, at unawares and unchallenged. Whatever fear or doubt be on us, watch and wait." At that moment the old man quickened his pace and came with surprising speed to the foot of the rock wall. Then suddenly he looked up, while they stood motionless, looking down. There was no sound. They could not see his face. He was hooded, and above the hood he wore a wide-brimmed hat, so that all his features were overshadowed, except for the end of his nose and his gray beard. Yet it seemed to Aragorn that he caught the gleam of eyes keen and bright from within the shadow of the hooded brows. At last the old man broke the silence. "Well met indeed, my friends," he said in a soft voice. "I wish to speak to you. Will you come down, or shall I come up?" Without waiting for an answer, he began to climb. "Now!" cried Gimli. "Stop him, Legolas!" "Did I not say that I wish to speak to you?" said the old man. "Put away that bow, Master Elf." The bow and arrow fell from Legolas's hands, and his arms hung loose at his sides. "And you, Master Dwarf, pray take your hand from your axe haft till I am up. You will not need such arguments." Gimli started and then stood still as stone, staring while the old man sprang up the rough steps as nimbly as a goat. All weariness seemed to have left him as he stepped up onto the shelf. There was a gleam, too brief for certainty, a quick glint of white, as if some garment shrouded by the gray rags had been, for an instant, revealed. The intake of Gimli's breath could be heard as a loud hiss in the silence. "Well met, I say again," said the old man, coming towards them. When he was a few feet away, he stood, stooping over his staff, with his head thrust forward, peering at them from under his hood. "And what may you be doing in these parts? An elf, a man, and a dwarf, all clad in elvish fashion. No doubt there's a tale worth hearing behind it all. Such things are not often seen here." "You speak as one that knows Fangorn well," said Aragorn. "Is that so?" "Not well," said the old man. "That would be the study of many lives. But I come here now and again. Might we know your name, and then hear what it is that you have to say to us?" said Aragorn. "The morning passes, and we have an errand that will not wait." "As for what I wish to say, I have said it. What may you be doing, and what tale can you tell of yourselves? As for my name—" He broke off, laughing long and softly. Aragorn felt a sudden shudder run through him at the sound, a strange cold thrill. And yet it was not fear or terror that he felt. Rather, it was like the sudden bite of a keen air, or the slap of a cold rain that wakes an uneasy sleeper. "My name," said the old man again. "Have you not guessed it already? You have heard it before, I think. Yes, you have heard it before. But come now, what of your tale?" The three companions stood silent and made no answer. "There are some who would begin to doubt whether your errand is fit to tell," said the old man. "Happily, I know something of it. You are tracking the footsteps of two young hobbits, I believe." "Yes, hobbits. Don't stare as if you had never heard the strange name before. You have, and so have I. Well, they climbed up here the day before yesterday, and they met someone that they did not expect. Does that comfort you? And now, would you like to know where they were taken?" "Well, well, maybe I can give you some news about that. But why are we standing? Your errand, you see, is no longer as urgent as you thought. Let us sit down and be more at ease." The old man turned away and went towards a heap of fallen stones and rock at the foot of the cliff behind. Immediately, as if a spell had been removed, the others relaxed and stirred. Gimli's hand went at once to his axe haft. Aragorn drew his sword. Legolas picked up his bow. The old man took no notice, but stooped and sat himself on a low flat stone. Then his gray cloak drew apart, and they saw, beyond doubt, that he was clothed beneath all in white. "Saruman!" cried Gimli, springing towards him with axe in hand. "Speak! Tell us where you have hidden our friends. What have you done with them? Speak, or I will make a dint in your hat that even a wizard will find it hard to deal with." The old man was too quick for him. He sprang to his feet and leapt to the top of a large rock. There he stood, grown suddenly tall, towering above them. His hood and his grey rags were flung away. His white garments shone. He lifted up his staff, and Gimli's axe leapt from his grasp and fell ringing to the ground, ringing on the ground. The sword of Aragorn, stiff in his motionless hand, blazed with a sudden fire. Legolas gave a great shout and shot an arrow high into the air. It vanished in a flash of flame. "Mithrandir!" he cried, "Mithrandir!" "Well met, I say to you again, Legolas," said the old man. They all gazed at him. His hair was white as snow in the sunshine, and gleaming white was his robe. The eyes under his deep brows were bright, piercing as the rays of the sun. Power was in his hand. Between wonder, joy, and fear, they stood and found no words to say. At last Aragorn stirred. "Gandalf," he said, "beyond all hope you returned to us in our need. What veil was over my sight? Gandalf!" Gimli said nothing, but sank to his knees, shading his eyes. "Gandalf," the old man repeated, as if recalling from old memory a long disused word. "Yes, that was my name. That was the name. I was Gandalf." He stepped down from the rock, picking up his grey cloak and wrapped it about him. And picking up his grey cloak, wrapped it about him. It seemed as if the sun had been shining, but now was hid in cloud again. "Yes, you may still call me Gandalf," he said, and the voice was the voice of their old friend and guide. "Get up, my good Gimli. No blame to you and no harm done to me. Be merry, we meet again. At the turn of the tide. The great storm is coming, but the tide has turned." He laid his hand on Gimli's head, and the dwarf looked up and laughed suddenly. "Gandalf," he said, "but you are all in white." "Yes, I am white now," said Gandalf. "Indeed, I am Saruman, one might almost say. Saruman as he should have been. But come now, tell me of yourselves. I have passed through fire and deep water since we parted. I have forgotten much that I thought I knew, and learned much that I had forgotten. I can see many things far off, but many things that are close at hand I cannot see. Tell me of yourselves." "What do you wish to know?" said Aragorn. "All that has happened since we parted on the bridge would be a long tale. Will you not first give us news of the hobbits? Did you find them, and are they safe?" "No, I did not find them," said Gandalf. "There was a darkness over the valleys of the Imen Muil, and I did not know of their captivity until the eagle told me." "The eagle," said Legolas. "I have seen an eagle high and far off. The last time was 3 days ago above the Imen Muil." "Yes," said Gandalf. "That was Gwaihir, the Wind Lord, who rescued me from Orthanc. I sent him before me to watch the river and gather tidings. His sight is keen, but he cannot see all that passes under hill and tree. Some things he has seen, and others I have seen myself. The ring has now passed beyond my help, or the help of any of the company that set out from Rivendell. Very nearly it was revealed to the enemy, but it escaped. I had some part in that, for I sat in a high place, and I strove with the dark tower, and the shadow passed. Then I was weary, very weary, and I walked long in dark thought." "Then you know about Frodo," said Gimli. "How do things go with him?" "I cannot say. He was saved from a great peril, but many lie before him still. He resolved to go alone to Mordor, and he set out, and that is all that I can say." "Not alone," said Legolas. "We think that Sam went with him." "Did he?" said Gandalf, and there was a gleam in his eye and a smile on his face. "Did he indeed? It is news to me. Yet it does not surprise me. Good, very good. You lighten my heart. You must tell me more. Now, sit by me and tell me the tale of your journey." The companion sat on the ground at his feet, and Aragorn took up the tale. For a long while Gandalf said nothing, and he asked no questions. His hands were spread upon his knees, and his eyes were closed. At last, when Aragorn spoke of the death of Boromir, and of his last journey upon the great river, the old man sighed. You have not said all that you know or guess, Aragorn, my friend," he said quietly. "Poor Boromir. I could not see what happened to him. It was a sore trial for such a man, a warrior and a lord of men. Galadriel told me that he was in peril, but he escaped in the end. I am glad. It was not in vain that the young hobbits came with us, if only for Boromir's sake. But that is not the only part they have to play. They were brought to Fangorn, and their coming was like the falling of small stones that starts an avalanche in the mountains. Even as we talk here, I hear the rumblings, the first rumblings. Thank you. Saruman had best not be caught away from home when the dam bursts." "In one thing you have not changed, dear friend," said Aragorn. "You still speak in riddles." "What? In riddles?" said Gandalf. "No, for I was talking aloud to myself, a habit of the old. They choose the wisest person present to speak to. Ha, ha, ha. The long explanations needed by the young are wearying." He laughed, but the sound now seemed warm and kindly as a gleam of sunshine. "I am no longer young even in the reckoning of men of the ancient houses," said Aragorn. "Will you not open your mind more clearly to me?" "What shall I say?" said Gandalf, and paused for a while in thought. "This, in brief, is how I see things at the moment, if you wish to have a piece of my mind as plain as possible. The enemy, of course, has long known that the ring is abroad and that it is borne by a hobbit. He knows now the number of our company that set out from Rivendell and the kind of each of us. But he does not yet perceive our purpose clearly. He supposes that we were all going to Minas Tirith, for that is what he would himself have done in our place. And according to his wisdom, it would have been a heavy stroke against his power. Indeed, he is in great fear, not knowing what mighty one may suddenly appear, wielding the ring, and assailing him with war, seeking to cast him down and take his place. That we should wish to cast him down and have no one in his place is not a thought that occurs to his mind. That we should try to destroy the ring itself has not yet entered into his darkest dream, in which no doubt you will see our good fortune and our hope. For imagining war, he has let loose war, believing that he has no time to waste. For he that strikes the first blow, if he strikes it hard enough, may need to strike no more. So, the forces that he has long been preparing, he is now setting in motion, sooner than he intended. Wise fool, for if he had used all his power to guard Mordor, so that none could enter, and bent all his guile to the hunting of the ring, then indeed hope would have faded. Neither ring nor bearer could long have eluded him. But now, his eye gazes abroad rather than near at home, and mostly he looks towards Minas Tirith, Very soon now his strength will fall upon it like a storm. For already he knows that the messengers that he sent to waylay the company have failed again. They have not found the ring, neither have they brought away any hobbits as hostages. Had they done even so much as that, it would have been a heavy blow to us, and it might have been fatal. But let us not darken our hearts by imagining the trial of their gentle loyalty in the Dark Tower. For the enemy has failed so far, thanks to Saruman. Then is not Saruman a traitor? Said Gimli. Oh, indeed, yes, said Gandalf. Doubly. And is not that strange? Nothing that we have endured of late has seemed so grievous as the treason of Isengard. Even reckoned as a lord and captain, Saruman has grown very strong. He threatens the men of Rohan and draws off their help from Minas Tirith, even as the main blow is approaching from the east. Yet a treacherous weapon is ever a danger to the hand. Saruman also had a mind to capture the ring for himself, or at least to snare some hobbits for his evil purpose. Evil purposes. So, between them, our enemies have contrived only to bring Merry and Pippin with marvelous speed, and in the nick of time, to Fangorn, where otherwise they would never have come at all. Also, they have filled themselves with new doubts that disturb their plans. No tidings of the battle will come to Mordor, thanks to the horsemen of Rohan. But the Dark Lord knows that 2 hobbits were taken in the Emmanuel and borne away towards Isengard, against the will of his own servants. He now has Isengard to fear as well as Minas Tirith. If Minas Tirith falls, it will go ill with Saruman. It is a pity that our friends lie in between, said Gimli. If no land divided Isengard and Mordor, then they could fight while we watched and waited. The victor would emerge stronger than either and free from doubt, said Gandalf. But Isengard cannot fight Mordor unless Saruman first obtains the ring. That he will never do now. He does not yet know his peril. There is much that he does not know. He was so eager to lay his hands on his prey that he could not wait at home, and he came forth to meet and to spy on his messengers. But he came too late for once, and the battle was over and beyond his help before he reached these parts. He did not remain here long. I look into his mind, and I see his doubt. He has no woodcraft. He believes that the horsemen slew and burned all upon the field of battle, but he does not know whether the orcs were bringing any prisoners or not, and he does not know of the quarrel between his servants and the orcs of Mordor, nor does he know of the winged messenger. The winged messenger, cried Legolas. I shot at him with the bow of Galadriel above Sarngabir, and I felled him from the sky. He filled us all with fear. What new terror is this? One that you cannot slay with arrows, said Gandalf. You only slew his steed. It was a good deed, but the rider was soon horsed again, for he was a Nazgul, one of the 9, who ride now upon winged steeds. Soon their terror will overshadow the last armies of our friends, cutting off the sun. But they have not yet been allowed to cross the river, and Saruman does not know of this new shape in which the ring-wraiths have been clad. His thought is ever on the ring. Was it present in the battle? Was it found? What if Theoden, Lord of the Mark, should come by it and learn of its power? That is the danger that he sees, and he has fled back to Isengard to double and treble his assault on Rohan. And all the time, there is another danger close at hand, which he does not see, busy with his fiery thoughts. He has forgotten Treebeard. Now you speak to yourself again, said Aragorn with a smile. Treebeard is not known to me, and I have guessed part of Saruman's double treachery. Yet I do not see in what way the coming of two hobbits to Fangorn has served, save to give us a long and fruitless chase. Wait a minute, cried Gimli. There is another thing that I should like to know first. Was it you, Gandalf, or Saruman that we saw last night? You certainly did not see me, answered Gandalf. Therefore I must guess that you saw Saruman. Evidently we look so much alike that your desire to make an incurable dent in my hat must be excused. Good, good, said Gimli. I am glad that it was not you. Gandalf laughed again. Yes, my good dwarf, he said. It is a comfort not to be mistaken at all points. Do you not know it only too well? Do I not know it only too well? But of course I never blamed you for your welcome of me. How could I do so, who have so often counseled my friends to suspect even their own hands when dealing with the enemy? Bless you, Gimli, son of Glowing. Maybe you will see us both together one day and judge between us. But the hobbits, Legolas broke in. We have come far to seek them, and you seem to know where they are. Where are they now? With Treebeard and the Ents. The Ents? Exclaimed Aragorn. Then there is truth in the old legends about the dwellers in the deep forests and the giant shepherds of the trees? Are there still Ents in the world? I thought they were only a memory of ancient days, if indeed they were ever more than a legend of Rohan. A legend of Rohan? Cried Legolas. Nay, every elf in the wilder land has sung songs of the old Onodrim and their long sorrow. Yet, even among us, they're only a memory. If I were to meet one still walking in this world, then indeed I should feel young again. But Treebeard, that is only a rendering of Fangorn into the common speech, yet you seem to speak of a person. Who is this Treebeard? Ah, now you are asking much, said Gandalf. The little that I know of his long, slow story would make a tale for which we have no time now. Treebeard is Fangorn, the guardian of the forest. He is the oldest of the Ents, the oldest living thing that still walks beneath the sun upon this Middle Earth. I hope indeed, Legolas, that you may yet meet him. Merry and Pippin have been fortunate. They met him here, even where we sit. For he came here 2 days ago and bore them away to his dwelling far off by the roots of the mountains. He often comes here, especially when his mind is uneasy, and rumors of the world outside trouble him. I saw him 4 days ago, striding among the trees, and I think he saw me, for he paused. But I did not speak, for I was heavy with thought, and weary after my struggle with the Eye of Mordor. And he did not speak either, nor call my name. Perhaps he also thought that you were Saruman, said Gimli, but you speak of him as if he was a friend. I thought Fangorn was dangerous. Dangerous, cried Gandalf, and so am I. Very dangerous. More dangerous than anything you will ever meet, unless you are brought alive before the seat of the Dark Lord. And Aragorn is dangerous, and Legolas is dangerous. You are beset with dangers, Gimli, son of Glowing, for you are dangerous yourself in your own fashion. Certainly, the forest of Fangorn is perilous, and not least to those that are too ready with their axes. And Fangorn himself, he is perilous too, yet he is wise and kindly nonetheless. But now his long, slow wrath is brimming over, and all the forest is filled with it. The coming of the hobbits and the tidings that they brought have spilled it. It will soon be running like a flood, but its tide is turned against Saruman and the axes of Isengard. A thing is about to happen which has not happened since the elder days. The Ents are going to wake up and find that they are strong. What will they do? Asked Legolas in astonishment. I do not know, said Gandalf. I do not think they know themselves. I wonder. He fell silent, his head bowed in thought. The others looked at him. A gleam of sun through fleeting clouds fell on his hands, which lay now upturned on his lap. They seemed to be filled with light, as a cup is with water. At last he looked up and gazed straight at the sun. The morning is wearing away, he said. Soon we must go. Do we go to find our friends and to see Treebeard? Asked Aragorn. No, said Gandalf, that is not the road that you must take. I have spoken words of hope, but only of hope. Hope is not victory. War is upon us and all our friends, a war in which only the use of the ring could give us surety and victory, could give us surety of victory. It fills me with great sorrow and great fear, for much shall be destroyed and all may be lost. I am Gandalf, Gandalf the White, but black is mightier still. He rose and gazed out eastward, shading his eyes, as if he saw things far away that none of them could see. Then he shook his head. No, he said in a soft voice, it has gone beyond our reach. Of that, at least, let us be glad, and we can no longer be tempted to use the ring. We must go down to face a peril near despair, yet that deadly peril is removed. He turned. Come, Aragorn, son of Arathorn, he said. Do not regret your choice in the valley of the Imen-Muil, nor call it a vain pursuit. You chose amid doubts the path that seemed right. The choice was just, and it has been rewarded, for so we have met in time, who otherwise might have met too late. But the quest of your companions is over. Your next journey is marked by your given word. You must go to Edoras and seek out Theoden in his hall, for you are needed. The light of Anduril must now be uncovered in the battle for which it has so long waited. There is war in Rohan, and worse evil. It goes ill with Theoden. Then are we not to see the merry young hobbits again? Said Legolas. Oh, I did not say so, said Gandalf. Who knows? Have patience. Go where you must go, and hope. To Edoras. I go hither also. It is a long way for a man to walk, young or old, said Aragorn. Oh, I fear the battle will be long over. Will be over long ere I come there. We shall see, said Gandalf. Will you come now with me? Yes, we will set out together, said Aragorn, but I do not doubt that you will come there before me, if you wish. He rose and looked long at Gandalf. The others gazed at them in silence as they stood there facing one another. The grey figure of the man, Aragorn, son of Arathorn, was tall and stern as stone, his hand upon the hilt of his sword. He looked as if some king out of the mists of the sea had stepped upon the shores of lesser men. Before him stooped the old figure, white, shining now as if with some light kindled within, bent, laden with years, but holding a power beyond the strength of kings. Do I not say truly, Gandalf, said Aragorn at last, that you could go whithersoever you wished quicker than I? And this I also say. You are our captain and our banner. The Dark Lord has 9, but we have 1 mightier than they, the White Rider. He has passed through the fire and the abyss, and they shall fear him. We will go where he leads. Yes, together we will follow you, said Legolas, but first it would ease my heart, Gandalf, to hear what befell you in Moria. Will you not tell us? Can you not stay even to tell your friends how you were delivered? I have stayed already too long, answered Gandalf. Time is short, but if there were a year to spend, I would not tell you all. Then tell us what you will, and time allows, said Gimli. Come, Gandalf, tell us how you fared with the Balrog. Name him not, said Gandalf, and for a moment it seemed that a cloud of pain passed over his face, and he sat silent, looking old as death. Long time I fell, he said at last, slowly, as if thinking back with difficulty. Long I fell, and he fell with me. His fire was about me. I was burned. Then we plunged into the deep water, and all was dark. Cold it was as the tide of death. Almost it froze my heart. Deep is the abyss that is spanned by Durin's bridge, and none has measured it, said Gimli. Yet it has a bottom, beyond light and knowledge, said Gandalf. Thither I came at last, to the uttermost foundations of stone. He was with me still. His fire was quenched, but now he was a thing of slime, stronger than a strangling snake. We fought far under the living earth, where time is not counted. Ever he clutched me, and ever I hewed him, till at last he fled into dark tunnels. They were not made by Durin's folk, Gimli, son of Galoin, far, far below the deepest delvings of the dwarves. The world is gnawed by aimless, nameless things. Even Sauron knows them not. They are older than he. Now, I have walked there, but I will bring no report to darken the light of day. In that despair, my enemy was my only hope, and I pursued him, clutching at his heel. Thus he brought me back at last to the secret ways of Khazad-dûm. Too well he knew them all. Ever up now he went, until we came to the endless stair. Long has that been lost, said Gimli. Many have said that it was never made save in legend, but others say that it was destroyed. It was made, and it had not been destroyed, said Gandalf. From the lowest dungeon to the highest peak it climbed, ascending an unbroken spiral in many thousand steps, until it issued at last in Durin's tower, carved in the living rock of Zirak-Zigil, the pinnacle of the Silvertine. There, upon Celebdil, was a lonely window on the snow, in the snow, and before it lay a narrow space, a dizzy eyrie above the mists of the world. The sun shone fiercely there, but all below was wrapped in cloud. Out he sprang, and even as I came up behind, he burst into new flame. There was none to see it, or perhaps in after ages songs would still be sung of the battle of the peak. Suddenly Gandalf laughed. But what would they say in song? Those that looked up from afar thought that the mountain was crowned with storm. Thunder they heard, and lightning, they said, smote upon Celebdil, and leapt back and leapt back broken into tongues of fire. Is not that enough? A great smoke rose about us, vapor and steam. Ice fell like rain. I threw down my enemy, and he fell from the high place, and broke the mountainside where he smote it in his ruin. Then darkness took me, and I strayed out of thought and time, and I wandered far on roads that I will not tell. Naked I was sent back for a brief time, until my task is done, and naked I lay upon the mountain top. The tower behind was crumbled into dust, the window gone, the ruined stair was choked with burned and broken stone. I was alone, forgotten, without escape, upon the hard horn of the world. There I lay staring upward, while the stars wheeled over, and each day was as long as a life age of the earth. Faint to my ears came the gathered rumor of all lands, the springing and the dying, the song and the weeping, and the slow everlasting groan of overburdened stone. And so at the last Gwahir the Wind-Lord found me again. He took me up and bore me away. Ever I'm fated to be your burden, friend at need, I said. A burden you have been, he answered, but not so now. Light as a swan's feather in my claw you are. The sun shines through you. Indeed, I do not think you need me any more. Were I to let you fall, you would float upon the wind. Do not let me fall, I gasped, for I felt life in me again. Bear me to Lothlorien. That indeed is the command of the Lady Galadriel, who sent me to look for you, he answered. Thus it was that I came to Caras Galadhon and found you but lately gone. I tarried there in the ageless time of that land, where days bring healing and not decay. Healing I found, and I was clothed in white. Counsel I gave, and counsel took. Thence, by strange roads I came, and messages I bring to some of you. To Aragorn I was bidden to say this. Where now are the Dunedain, Elisar, Elisar? Why do thy kinsfolk wander afar? Near is the hour when the lost should come forth, and the grey company ride from the north. But dark is the path appointed for thee. The dead watch the road that leads to the sea. Then to Legolas she sent this word. Legolas Greenleaf, long under tree, in joy thou hast lived, beware of the sea. If thou hearest the cry of the gull on the shore, thy heart shall then rest in the forest no more. Gimli fell silent and shut his eyes. Then she sent me no message, and said Gimli, and bent his head. Dark are her words, said Legolas, and little do they mean to those that receive them. That is no comfort, said Gimli. Well, what then, said Legolas, would you have her speak openly to you of your death? Yes, if she has naught else to say. What is that, said Gandalf, opening his eyes. Yes, I think I can guess what her words may mean. Your pardon, Gimli. I was pondering the messages once again. But indeed she sent words to you, and neither dark nor sad. To Gimli, son of Gloin, she said, give his lady's greeting. Luck-bearer, wherever thou goest, my thought goes with thee. But have a care to lay thine axe to the right tree. In happy hour you have returned to us, Gandalf, cried the dwarf, capering as he sang loudly in the strange dwarf tongue. Come, come, he shouted, swinging his axe. Since Gandalf's head is now sacred, let us find one that it is right to cleave. That will not be far to seek, said Gandalf, rising from his seat. Come, we have spent all the time that is allowed to a meeting of parted friends. Now there is need of haste. He wrapped himself again in his old tattered cloak and led the way. Following him, they descended quickly from the high shelf and made their way back through the forest, down the bank of the Entwash. They spoke no more words until they stood again upon the grass beyond the eaves of Fangorn. There was no sign of their horses to be seen. They have not returned, said Legolas. It will be a weary walk. I shall not walk. Time presses, said Gandalf. Then lifting up his head, he gave a long whistle. So clear and piercing was the note that the others stood amazed to hear such a sound came from those old bearded lips. 3 times he whistled, and then faint and far off it seemed to them that they heard the whinny of a horse borne up from the plains upon the eastern wind. They waited, wondering. Before long there came the sound of hoofs. At first hardly more than a tremor of the ground, perceptible only to Aragorn as he lay upon the grass, then growing steadily louder and clearer to a quick beat. There is more than one horse coming, said Aragorn. Certainly, said Gandalf. We are too great a burden for one. There are 3, said Legolas, gazing out over the plain. See how they run. There is Hasufel, and there is my friend Arod beside him. But there is another that strides ahead, a very great horse. I have not seen his like before. Nor will you again, said Gandalf. That is Shadowfax. He is the chief of the Meras, lord of horses, and not even Theoden, king of Rohan, has ever looked on better. Does he not shine like silver and run as smoothly as a swift stream? He has come for me, the horse of the White Rider. We are going to battle together. Even as the old wizard spoke, the great horse came striding up the slope towards them. His coat was glistening and his mane flowing in the wind of his speed. The 2 others followed, now far behind, as soon as Shadowfax saw Gandalf. He checked his pace and whinnied loudly. Then, trotting gently forward, he stooped his proud head and nuzzled his great nostrils against the old man's neck. Gandalf caressed him. It is a long way from Rivendell, my friend, he said, but you are wise and swift and come at need. Far let us ride now together, and part not in this world again. Soon the other horses came up and stood quietly by, as if awaiting orders. We go at once to Meduseld, the hall of your master, Theoden, said Gandalf, addressing them gravely. They bowed their heads. Time presses, so with your leave, my friends, we will ride. We beg you to use all speed that you can. Hasufel shall bear Aragorn, and Arod Legolas. I will set Gimli before me, and by his leave Shadowfax shall bear us both. We will wait now only to drink a little. Now I understand a part of last night's riddle, said Legolas, as he sprang lightly upon Arod's back. Whether they fled at first in fear or not, our horses met Shadowfax, their chieftain, and greeted him with joy. Did you know that he was at hand, Gandalf? Yes, I knew, said the wizard. I bent my thought upon him, bidding him to make haste, for yesterday he was far away in the south of this land. Swiftly may he bear me back again. Gandalf spoke now to Shadowfax, and the horse set off at a good pace, yet not beyond the measure of the others. After a little while, he turned suddenly, and choosing a place where the banks were lower, he waded the river and led them away due south into a flat land, treeless and wide. The wind went like gray waves through the endless miles of grass. There was no sign of road or track, but Shadowfax did not stay or falter. He is steering a straight course now for the halls of Theoden, under the slopes of the White Mountains, said Gandalf. It will be quicker so. The ground is firmer in the east eminent, where the chief northward track lies, across the river, but Shadowfax knows the way through every fen and hollow. For many hours they rode on through the meads and riverlands. Often the grass was so high that it reached above the knees of the riders, and their steeds seemed to be swimming on a gray-green sea. They came upon many hidden pools and broad acres of sedge, waving above wet and treacherous bogs. But Shadowfax found the way, and the other horses followed in his swath. Slowly the sun fell from the sky down to the west. Looking out over the great plain, far away the riders saw it for a moment like a red fire sinking into the glinted red upon either side. A smoke seemed to rise up and darken the sun's disk to the hue of blood, as if it had kindled the grass as it passed down under the rim of earth. There lies the gap of Rohan, said Gandalf. It is now almost due west of us. That way lies Isengard. I see a great smoke, said Legolas. What may that be? Battle and war, said Gandalf. Ride on. That is the end, ladies and gentlemen, of Chapter 5. We will return in just a short moment with Chapter 6, The King of the Golden Hall. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our Lord of the Rings live readathon. We continue apace with The Two Towers, Book 3, Chapter 6, The King of the Golden Hall. They rode on through sunset and slow dusk and gathering night. When at last they halted and dismounted, even Aragorn was stiff and weary. Gandalf only allowed them a few hours' rest. Legolas and Gimli slept, and Aragorn lay flat, stretched upon his back. But Gandalf stood, leaning on his staff, gazing into the darkness, east and west. All was silent, and there was no sign or sound of living thing. The night was barred with long clouds, fleeting on a chill wind, when they rose again. Under the cold moon, they went on once more, as swift as by the light of day. Hours passed, and still they rode on. Gimli nodded, and would have fallen from his seat if Gandalf had not clutched and shaken him. Hasufel and Arod, weary but proud, followed their tireless leader, a gray shadow before them hardly to be seen. The miles went by. The waxing moon sank into the cloudy west. A bitter chill came into the air. Slowly in the east, the dark faded to a cold gray. Red shafts of light leapt above the black walls of the Emyn far away upon their left. Dawn came, clear and bright. A wind swept across their path, rushing through the bent grasses. Suddenly, Shadowfax stood still and neighed. Gandalf pointed ahead. "Look," he cried, and they lifted their tired eyes. Before them stood the mountains of the south, white-tipped and streaked with black. The grasslands rolled against the hills that clustered at their feet and flowed up into many valleys, still dim and dark, untouched by the light of dawn. Winding their way into the heart of the great mountains. Immediately before the travelers, the widest of these glens opened like a long gulf among the hills. Far inward, they glimpsed a tumbled mountain mass with one tall peak. At the mouth of the vale, there stood like a sentinel a lonely height. About its feet there flowed, as a thread of silver, the stream that issued from the dale. Upon its brow they caught, still far away, a glint in the rising sun, a glimmer of gold. "Speak, Legolas," said Gandalf. "Tell us what you see there before us." Legolas gazed ahead, shading his eyes from the level shafts of the new-risen sun. "I see a white stream that comes down from the snows," he said. "Where it issues from the shadow of the vale, a green hill rises upon the east. A dike and mighty wall and thorny fence encircle it. Within there rise the roofs of houses, and in the midst, set upon a green terrace, there stands aloft a great hall of men. And it seems to my eyes that it is thatched with gold. The light of it shines far over the land. Golden, too, are the posts of its doors. 3 men, there, men in bright mail stand, but all else within the courts are yet asleep." "Edoras, those courts are called," said Gandalf, "and Meduseld is that golden hall. There dwells Theoden, son of Thingel, king of the Mark of Rohan. We are come with the rising of the day. Now the road lies plain to see before us. But we must ride more warily, for war is abroad, and the Rohirrim, the horse lords, do not sleep, even if it seems so from afar. Draw no weapon, speak no haughty word, I counsel you all, until we are come before Theoden's seat." The morning was bright and clear about them, and birds were singing when the travelers came to the stream. It ran down swiftly into the plain, and beyond the feet of the hills, turned across their path in a wide bend, flowing away east to feed the Entwash, far off in its reed-choked beds. The land was green. In the wet meads and along the grassy borders of the stream grew many willow trees. Already in this southern land, they were blushing red at their fingertips, feeling the approach of spring. Over the stream there was a ford, between low banks much trampled by the passage of horses. The travelers passed over and came upon a wide, rutted track leading towards the uplands. At the foot of the walled hill, the way ran under the shadow of many mounds, high and green. Upon their western sides, the grass was white as with a drifted snow. Small flowers sprang there like countless stars amid the turf. "Look," said Gandalf, "how fair are the bright eyes in the grass. Ever mind, they are called Symbalmune in this land of men, for they blossom in all seasons of the year, and grow where dead men rest. Behold, we are come to the great barrows, where the sires of Theoden sleep. 7 mounds upon the left, and 9 upon the right," said Aragorn. "Many long lives of men it is, since the Golden Hall was built. 500 times have the red leaves fallen in Mirkwood in my home since then, and but a little while does that seem to us. But to the riders of the mark it seems so long ago," said Aragorn, "that the raising of this house is but a memory of song, and the years before are lost in the mists of time. Now they call this land their home, their own, and their speech is sundered from their northern kin." Then he began to chant softly in a slow tongue, unknown to the elf and dwarf, yet they listened, for there was a strong music in it. "That, I guess, is the language of the Rohirrim," said Legolas, "for it is like to this land itself, rich and rolling in part, and else hard and stern as the mountains. But I cannot guess what it means, save that it is laden with the sadness of mortal men. It runs thus in the common speech," said Aragorn, "as near as I can make it. Where now the horse and the rider? Where is the horn that was blowing? Where is the helm and the hauberk, and the bright hair flowing? Where is the hand on the harp string, and the red fire glowing? Where is the spring and the harvest, and the tall corn growing? They have passed like rain on the mountain, like a wind in the meadow. The days have gone down in the west, behind the hills into shadow. Who shall gather the smoke of the dead wood burning, or behold the flowing years from the sea returning?" Thus spoke a forgotten poet long ago in Rohan, recalling how tall and fair was Eorl the young, who rode down out of the north. And there were wings upon the feet of his steed, Felaroth, father of horses. So men still sing in the evening. With these words, the travelers passed the silent mounds. Following the winding way up the green shoulders of the hills, they came at last to the wide windswept walls and the gates of Edoras. There sat many men in bright mail, who sprang at once to their feet and barred the way with spears. "Stay, strangers here unknown!" they cried in the tongue of the Riddermark, demanding the names and errands of the strangers. Wonder was in their eyes, but little friendliness, and they looked darkly upon Gandalf. Well do I understand your speech, he answered in the same language, yet few strangers do so. Why then do you not speak in the common tongue, as is the custom in the West, if you wish to be answered? It is the will of Theoden king that none should enter his gates, save those who know our tongue and are our friends, replied one of the guards. None are welcome here in days of war but our own folk, and those that come from Mundburg in the land of Gondor. Who are you that come heedless over the plain, thus strangely clad, riding horses like to our own horses? Long have we kept guard here, and we have watched you from afar. Never have we seen other riders so strange, nor any horse more proud than is one of these that bear you. He is one of the Meras, unless our eyes are cheated by some spell. Say, are you not a wizard, some spy of Saruman, or phantoms of his craft? Speak now and be swift. We are no phantoms, said Aragorn, nor do your eyes cheat you. For indeed, these are your own horses that we ride, as you knew well ere you asked, I guess. But seldom does thief ride home to the stable. Here are Hasufel and Arod, that Eomer, the third marshal of the Mark, lent us only 2 days ago. We bring them back now, even as we promised him. Has not Eomer then returned and given warning of our coming? A troubled look came into the guard's eyes. Of Eomer I have naught to say, he answered. If what you tell me is truth, then doubtless Theoden will have heard of it. Maybe your coming was not wholly unlooked for. It is but 2 nights ago that Wormtongue came to us and said that by the will of Theoden no stranger should pass these gates. Wormtongue, said Gandalf, looking sharply at the guard. Say no more. My errand is not to Wormtongue, but to the Lord of the Mark himself. I am in haste. Will you not go, or send to say that we are come? His eyes glinted under his deep brows as he bent his gaze upon the man. Yes, I will go, he answered slowly. But what names shall I report, and what shall I say of you? Old and weary you seem now, and yet you are fell and grim beneath, I deem. What do you see and speak? Well, do you see and speak? Well do you see and speak, said the wizard. For I am Gandalf. I have returned, and behold, I too bring back a horse. Here is Shadowfax the Great, whom no other hand can tame. And here beside me is Aragorn, son of Arathorn, the heir of kings, and it is to Mundburg that he goes. Here also are Legolas the elf, and Gimli the dwarf, our comrades. Go now and say to your master that we are at his gates and would have speech with him, if he will permit us to come into his hall. Strange names you give us indeed, but I will report them as you bid, and learn my master's will, said the guard. Wait here a little while, and I will bring you such answer as seems good to him. Do not hope too much, these are dark days. He went swiftly away, leaving the strangers in the watchful keeping of his comrades. After some time he returned. Follow me, he said. Theoden gives you leave to enter, but any weapon that you bear, be it only a staff, you must leave on the threshold. The door wardens will keep them. The dark gates were swung open. The travelers entered, walking in file behind their guide. They found a broad path, paved with hewn stones, now winding upward, now climbing in short flights of well-laid steps. Many houses built of wood and many dark doors they passed. Beside the way, in a stone channel, a stream of clear water flowed, sparkling and chattering. At length they came to the crown of the hill. There stood a high platform above a green terrace, at the foot of which a bright spring gushed from a stone carved in the likeness of a horse's head. Beneath was a wide basin, from which the water spilled and fed the falling stream. Up the green terrace went a stair of stone, high and broad, and on either side of the topmost step were stone-hewn seats. There sat other guards with drawn swords laid upon their knees. Their golden hair was braided on their shoulders. The sun was blazoned upon their green shields. Their long corselets were burnished bright. And when they rose, taller they seemed than mortal men. There are the doors before you, said the guide. I must return now to my duty at the gate. Farewell, and may the Lord of the Mark be gracious to you. He turned and went swiftly back down the road. The others climbed the long stair under the eyes of the tall watchman. Silent they stood now above and spoke no word, until Gandalf stepped out upon the paved terrace at the stair's head. Then, suddenly with clear voices, they spoke a courteous greeting in their own tongue. Hail, comers from afar, they said, and they turned the hilts of their swords toward the travelers in token of peace. Green gems flashed in the sunlight. Then one of the guards stepped forward and spoke in the common speech. I am the door-ward of Theoden, he said. Hama is my name. Here I must bid you lay aside your weapons before you enter. Then Legolas gave into his hand his silver-hafted knife, his quiver, and his bow. Keep these well, he said, for they come from the golden wood, and the Lady of Lothlorien gave them to me. Wonder came into the man's eyes, and he laid the weapons hastily by the wall, as if he feared to handle them. No man will touch them, I promise you, he said. Aragorn stood a while hesitating. It is not my will, he said, to put aside my sword or to deliver Anduril to the hand of any other man. It is the will of Theoden, said Hama. It is not clear to me that the will of Theoden, son of Thingol, even though he be Lord of the Mark, should prevail over the will of Aragorn, son of Arathorn, Elendil's heir of Gondor. This is the house of Theoden, not of Aragorn, even were he king of Gondor in the seat of Denethor, said Hama, stepping swiftly before the doors and barring the way. His sword was now in his hand, and the point towards the strangers. This is idle talk, said Gandalf. Needless is Theoden's demand, but it is useless to refuse. A king will have his way in his own hall, be it folly or wisdom. Truly, said Aragorn, and I would do as the master of the house bade me, were this only a woodman's cot, if I bore now any sword but Anduril. Whatever its name may be, said Hama, here you shall lay it, if you would not fight alone against all the men in Edoras. Not alone, said Gimli, fingering the blade of his axe, and looking darkly up at the guard, as if he were a young tree that Gimli had a mind to fell. Not alone. Come, come, said Gandalf, we are all friends here, or should be, for the laughter of Mordor will be our only reward if we quarrel. My errand is pressing. Here at least is my sword, Goodman Hama. Keep it well. Glamdring it is called, for the elves made it long ago. Now let me pass. Come, Aragorn. Slowly Aragorn unbuckled his belt and himself set his sword upright against the wall. Here I set it, he said, but I command you not to touch it, nor to permit any other to lay hand on it. In this elvish sheath dwells the blade that was broken and has been made again. Telchar first wrought it in the deeps of time. Death shall come to any man that draws Elendil's sword, save Elendil's heir. The guard stepped back and looked with amazement on Aragorn. It seems that you are come on the wings of song, out of the forgotten days, he said. It shall be, Lord, as you command. Well, said Gimli, if it has Anduril to keep it company, my axe may stay here too, without shame, and he laid it on the floor. Now then, If all is as you wish, let us go and speak with your master. The guard still hesitated. Your staff, he said to Gandalf. Forgive me, but that too must be left at the doors. Foolishness, said Gandalf. Prudence is one thing, but discourtesy is another. I am old. If I may not lean on my stick as I go, then I will sit out here until it pleases Theoden to hobble out himself to speak with me. Aragorn laughed. Every man has something too dear to trust to another, but would you part an old man from his support? Come, will you not let us enter? The staff in the hand of a wizard may be more than a prop for age, said Hama. He looked hard at the ash staff on which Gandalf leaned. Yet in doubt, a man of worth will trust to his own wisdom. I believe you are friends and folk worthy of honor, who have no evil purpose. You may go in. The guards now lifted the heavy bars of the doors and swung them slowly inwards, grumbling on their great hinges. The travelers entered. Indeed, it seemed dark and warm after the clear air upon the hill. The hall was long and wide and filled with shadows and half-lights. Mighty pillars upheld its lofty roof, but here and there bright sunbeams fell in glimmering shafts from the eastern windows, high under the deep eaves. Through the louver in the roof, above the thin wisps of issuing smoke, the sky showed pale and blue. As their eyes changed, the travelers perceived that the floor was paved with stones of many hues. Branching runes and strange devices intertwined beneath their feet. They saw now that the pillars were richly carved, gleaming dully with golden half-seen colors. Many woven cloths were hung upon the walls, and over their wide spaces marched figures of ancient legend, some dim with years, some darkling in the shade. But upon one form the sunlight fell, a young man upon a white horse. He was blowing a great horn, and his yellow hair was flying in the wind. The horse's head was lifted, and its nostrils were wide and red as it neighed, smelling battle afar. Foaming water, green and white, rushed and curled about its knees. Behold, Eorl the Young, said Aragorn. Thus he rode out of the north to the battle of the field of Celebrant. Now the four companions went forward. Now the young companions went forward, past the clear wood fire, burning upon the long hearth in the midst of the hall. Then they halted at the far end of the house. Beyond the hearth and facing north towards the doors was a dais with 3 steps, and in the middle of the dais was a great gilded chair. Upon it sat a man so bent with age that he seemed almost a dwarf, but his white hair was long and thick and fell in great braids from beneath a thin golden circlet set upon his brow. In the center, upon his forehead, shone a single white diamond. His beard was laid like snow upon his knees, but his eyes still burned with a bright light. Glinting, as he gazed at the strangers, behind his chair stood a woman clad in white. At his feet, upon the steps, sat a wizened figure of a man, with a pale, wise face and heavy-lidded eyes. There was a silence. The old man did not move in his chair. At length Gandalf spoke. Hail, Theoden, son of Thingol, I have returned, for behold, the storm comes, and now all friends should gather together, lest each singly be destroyed. Slowly the old man rose to his feet, leaning heavily upon a short black staff with a handle of white bone. And now the strangers saw that, bent though he was still tall, and must in youth have been high and proud indeed. I greet you, he said, and maybe you look for welcome. But truth to tell, your welcome is doubtful here, Master Gandalf. You have ever been a herald of woe. Troubles follow you like crows, and ever oftener the worse. I will not deceive you. When I heard that Shadowfax had come back riderless, I rejoiced at the return of the horse, but still more at the lack of the rider. And when Eomer brought the tidings that you had gone at last to your long home, I did not mourn. But news from afar is seldom sooth. Here you come again, and with you come evils worse than before, as might be expected. Why should I welcome you, Gandalf Stormcrow? Tell me that. Slowly he sat down again in his chair. You speak justly, Lord, said the pale man sitting upon the steps of the dais. It is not yet 5 days since the bitter tidings came that Theodred, your son, was slain upon the west marches, your right hand, second marshal of the mark. In Eomer there is little trust. Few men would be left to guard your walls if he had been allowed to rule. Even now, we learn from Gondor that the Dark Lord is stirring in the east. Such is the hour in which this wanderer chooses to return. Why indeed should we welcome you, Master Stormcrow? Lath spell I name you, ill news, and ill news is an ill guest, they say. He laughed grimly, and he lifted his heavy lids for a moment and gazed on the strangers with dark eyes. You are held wise, my friend Wormtongue, and are doubtless a great support to your master, answered Gandalf in a soft voice. Yet in 2 ways may a man come with evil tidings. He may be a worker of evil, or he may be such as leaves well alone and comes only to bring aid in time of need. That is so, said Wormtongue. But there is a third kind, pickers of bones, meddlers in other men's sorrows, carrion fowl that grow fat on war. What aid have you ever brought, Stormcrow? And what aid do you bring now? It was aid from us that you sought last time that you were here. Then my lord bade you choose any horse that you would and be gone. And to the wonder of all, you took Shadowfax in your insolence. My lord was sorely grieved, yet to some it seemed that to speed you from the land the price was not too great. I guess that it is likely to turn out the same once more. You will seek aid rather than render it. Do you bring men? Do you bring horses or swords? Spears? That I would call aid. That is our present need. But who are these that follow at your tail? 3 ragged wanderers in grey, and you yourself the most beggar-like of the 4. The courtesy of your hall is somewhat lessened of late, Theoden, son of Thingol, said Gandalf. Has not the messenger from your gate reported the names of my companions? Seldom has any lord of Rohan received 3 such guests. Weapons they have laid at your doors that are worth many a mortal man, even the mightiest. Grey is their raiment, for the elves clad them, and thus they have passed through the shadow of great perils to your hall. That is true. Then it is true, as Eomer reported, that you are in league with the sorceress of the Golden Wood, said Wormtongue. It is not to be wondered at. Webs of deceit were ever woven in Dwimmerdene. Gimli strode a pace forward, but felt suddenly the hand of Gandalf clutch him by the shoulder, and he halted, standing stiff as stone. In Dwimmerdene, in Lorien, seldom have walked the feet of men. Few mortal eyes have seen the light that lies there ever long and bright. Galadriel, Galadriel, clear is the water of your well. White is the star in your white hand, unmarred, unstained, is leaf and land. In Dwimmerdene, in Lorien, more fair than thoughts of mortal men. Thus Gandalf softly sang, and then suddenly he changed. Casting his tattered cloak aside, He stood up and leaned no longer on his staff, and he spoke in a cold, clear voice. The wise speak only of what they know, Grima, son of Galmod. A witless worm you have become. A witless worm have you become. Therefore be silent, and keep your forked tongue behind your teeth. I have not passed through fire and death to bandy crooked words with the serving man till the lightning falls. He raised his staff. There was a roll of thunder. The sunlight was blotted out from the eastern windows. The whole hall became suddenly dark as night. The fire faded to sullen embers. Only Gandalf could be seen, standing white and tall before the blackened hearth. In the gloom, they heard the hiss of Wormtongue's voice. Did I not counsel you, Lord, to forbid his staff? That fool Hama has betrayed us. There was a flash as if lightning had cloven the roof. Then all was silent. Wormtongue sprawled on his face. Now, Theoden, son of Thingol, will you hearken to me? Said Gandalf. Do you ask for help? He lifted his staff and pointed to a high window. There the darkness seemed to clear, and through the opening could be seen high and far a patch of shining sky. Not all is dark. Take courage, Lord of the Mark, for better help you will not find. No counsel have I to give to those that despair, yet counsel I could give, and words I could speak to you. Will you hear them? They are not for all ears. I bid you come out before your doors and look abroad. Too long have you sat in shadows, and trusted to twisted tales and crooked promptings. Slowly Theoden left his chair. A faint light grew in the hall again. The woman hastened to the king's side, taking his arm, and with faltering steps the old man came down from the dais and paced softly through the hall. Wormtongue remained lying on the floor. They came to the doors, and Gandalf knocked. Open, he cried. The Lord of the Mark comes forth. The doors rolled back, and a keen air came whistling in. A wind was blowing on the hill. Send your guards down to the stairs' foot, said Gandalf, and you, lady, leave him a while with me. I will care for him. Go, Eowyn's sister-daughter, said the king. The time for fear is past. The woman turned and went slowly into the house. As she passed the doors, she turned and looked back. Grave and thoughtful was her glance. As she looked on the king, with cool pity in her eyes. Very fair was her face, and her long hair was like a river of gold. Slender and tall she was in her white robe, girt with silver, but strong she seemed and stern as steel, a daughter of kings. Thus Aragorn, for the first time in the full light of day, beheld Eowyn, lady of Rohan, and thought her fair, fair and cold, like a morning of pale spring that has not yet come to womanhood. And she now was suddenly aware of him, tall heir to the kings, wise with many winters, grey-cloaked, holding a power that yet she felt. For a moment, still as stone, she stood, and then turning swiftly, she was gone. Now, Lord, said Gandalf, look out upon your land, breathe the free air again. From the porch upon the top of the high terrace, they could see beyond the stream the green fields of Rohan fading into distant gray. Curtains of wind-blown rain were slanting down. The sky above and to the west was still dark with thunder, and lightning far away flickered among the tops of hidden hills. But the wind had shifted to the north, and already the storm that had come out from the east was receding, rolling away southward to the sea. Suddenly, through a rent in the clouds, behind them, a shaft of sun stabbed down. The falling showers gleamed like silver, and far away the river glittered like a shimmering glass. "It is not so dark here," said Theoden. "No," said Gandalf, "nor does age lie so heavily on your shoulders, as some would have you think. Cast aside your prop." From the king's hand, the black staff fell clattering on the stones. He drew himself up, slowly, as a man that is stiff from long bending over some dull toil. Now tall and straight he stood, and his eyes were blue as he looked into the opening sky. "Dark have been my dreams of late," he said, "but I feel as one new awakened. I would now that you had come before, Gandalf, for I fear that already you have come too late, only to see the last days of my house. Not long now shall stand the high hall, which Brago, son of Eorl, built. Fire shall devour the high seat. What is to be done?" "Much," said Gandalf, "but first send for Eomer. Do I not guess rightly that you hold him prisoner by the counsel of Grima, of him that all save you name the Wormtongue?" "It is true," said Theoden. "He had rebelled against my commands, and threatened death to Grima in my hall." "A man may love you and yet not love Wormtongue or his counsels," said Gandalf. "That may be. I will do as you ask. Call Hama to me. Since he proved untrusty as a door-ward, let him become an errand runner. The guilty shall bring the guilty to judgment," said Theoden, and his voice was grim, yet he looked at Gandalf and smiled, and as he did so, many lines of care were smoothed away and did not return. When Hama had been summoned and had gone, Gandalf led Theoden to a stone seat, and then sat himself before the king upon the topmost stair. Aragorn and his companions stood by. "There is no time to tell all that you should hear," said Gandalf, "yet, if my hope is not cheated, a time will come ere long when I can speak more fully. Behold, you are come into a peril greater even than the wit of Wormtongue would weave into your dreams. But see, you dream no longer. You live. Gondor and Rohan do not stand alone. The enemy is strong beyond our reckoning, yet we have a hope at which he has not guessed." Quickly now Gandalf spoke. His voice was low and secret, and none save the king heard what he had said. But ever as he spoke, the light shone brighter in Theoden's eye, and at the last he rose from his seat to his full height, and Gandalf was beside him, and together they looked out from the high place towards the east. "Verily," said Gandalf, now in a loud voice, keen and clear, "that way lies our hope, where sits our greatest fear. Doom hangs still on a thread, yet hope there is still. If we can but stand unconquered for a little while." The others too now turned their eyes eastward, over the sundering leagues of land. Far away they gazed to the edge of sight, and hope and fear bore their thoughts still on, beyond dark mountains to the land of shadow. Where now was the ring-bearer? How thin indeed was the thread upon which his doom still hung! It seemed to Legolas, as he strained his far-seeing eyes, that he caught a glint of white. Far away, perchance, the sun twinkled on a pinnacle of the Tower of Guard, and further still, endlessly remote and yet a present threat, there was a tiny tongue of flame. Slowly Theoden sat down again, as if weariness still struggled to master him against the will of Gandalf. He turned and looked at his great house. "Alas," he said, "that these evil days should be mine, and should come in my old age instead of that peace which I have earned. Alas for Boromir the Brave! The young perish and the old linger, withering. He clutched his knees with his wrinkled hands. Your fingers would remember their old strength better if they grasped a sword hilt, said Gandalf. Theoden rose and put his hand to his side, but no sword sung at his belt. Where has Grima stowed it? He muttered under his breath. Take this, dear lord, said a clear voice. It was ever at your service. Two men had come softly up the stair and stood now a few steps from the top. Eomer was there. No helm was on his head, no mail was on his breast, but in his hand he held a drawn sword, and as he knelt, he offered the hilt to his master. How comes this? Said Theoden sternly. He turned towards Eomer. And the men looked in wonder at him, standing now proud and erect. Where was the old man whom they had left crouching in his chair or leaning on his stick? It is my doing, lord, said Hama, trembling. I understood that Eomer was to be set free. Such joy was in my heart that maybe I have erred. Yet since he was free again, and he a marshal of the mark, I brought him his sword as he bade me. To lay at your feet, my lord, said Eomer. For a moment of silence, Theoden stood looking down at Eomer as he knelt still before him. Neither moved. Will you not take the sword, said Gandalf. Slowly Theoden stretched forth his hand. As his fingers took the hilt, it seemed to the watchers that firmness and strength returned to his thin arm. Suddenly he lifted the blade and swung it shimmering and whistling in the air. Then he gave a great cry. Wow! His voice rang clear as he chanted in the tongue of Rohan a call to arms. Arise now, arise, riders of Theoden, dire deeds awake, dark is it eastward. Let horse be bridled, horn be sounded, forth, Eorlingas. The guards, thinking that they were summoned, sprang up the stair. They looked at their lord in amazement, and then as one man they drew their swords and laid them at his feet. Command us, they said. West to Theoden Hall, cried Eomer. It is a joy to us to see you return into your own. Never again shall it be said, Gandalf, that you come only with grief. Take back your sword, Eomer. Sister son, said the king. Go, Hama, and seek my own sword. Grima has it in his keeping. Bring him to me also. Now, Gandalf, you said that you had counsel to give. If I would hear it, what is your counsel? You have yourself already taken it, answered Gandalf. To put your trust in Eomer, rather than in a man of crooked mind, to cast aside regret and fear, to do the deed at hand. Every man that can ride should be sent west at once. As Eomer counseled you. We must first destroy the threat of Saruman while we have time. If we fail, we fall. If we succeed, then we will face the next task. Meanwhile, your people that are left, the women and the children and the old, should fly to the refuges that you have in the mountains. Were they not prepared against just such an evil day as this? Let them take provision and delay not, nor burden themselves with treasures, great or small. It is their lives that are at stake. This counsel seems good to me now, said Theoden. Let all my folk get ready. But you, my guests, truly, you said, Gandalf, that the courtesy of my hall is lessened. You have ridden through the night, and the morning wears away. You have had neither sleep nor food. A guest house shall be made ready. There you shall sleep when you have eaten. Nay, lord, said Aragorn, There is no rest yet for the weary. The men of Rohan must ride forth today, and we will ride with them. Axe, sword, and bow. We did not bring them to rest against your wall, Lord of the Mark, and I promised Eomer that my sword and his should be drawn together. Now indeed there is a hope of victory, said Eomer. Hope, yes, said Gandalf, but Isengard is strong. And other perils draw ever nearer. Do not delay, Theoden, when we are gone. Lead your people swiftly to the hold of Dunharrow in the hills. Nay, Gandalf, said the king, you do not know your own skill in healing. It shall not be so. I myself will go to war, to fall in the front of the battle, if it must be. Thus shall I sleep better. Then even the defeat of Rohan will be glorious in song, said Aragorn. The armed men that stood near clashed their weapons, crying, The Lord of the Mark will ride forth, Eorlingas. But your people must not be both unarmed and shepherdless, said Gandalf. Who shall guide them and govern them in your place? I will take thought of that ere I go, answered Theoden. Here comes my counselor. At that moment, Hama came again from the hall. Behind him, cringing between two other men, came Grima the Wormtongue. His face was very white. His eyes blinked in the sunlight. Hama knelt and presented to Theoden a king's sword in a scabbard clasped with gold and set with green gems. Here, Lord, is Herogrim, your ancient blade, he said. It was found in the chest. It was found in his chest. Loth was he to render up the keys. Many other things are there which men have missed. You lie, said Wormtongue, and this sword your master himself gave into my keeping. And he now requires it of you again, said Theoden. Does that displease you? Oh, assuredly not, Lord, said Wormtongue. I care for you and yours as best I may, but do not worry yourself or tax too heavily your strength. Let others deal with these irksome guests. Your meat is about to be set on the board. Will you not go to it? I will, said Theoden, and let food for my guests be set on the board beside me. The host rides today. Send the heralds forth. Let them summon all who dwell nigh, every man and strong lad able to bear arms. All who have horses, let them be ready in the saddle at the gate ere the second hour from noon. Dear Lord, cried Wormtongue, it is as I feared. This wizard has bewitched you. Are none to be left to defend the golden hall of your fathers and all your treasure? None to guard the Lord of the Mark? If this is bewitchment, said Theoden, it seems to me more welcome than your whisperings. Your leechcraft ere long would have had me walking on all fours like a beast. No, not one shall be left, not even Grima. Grima shall ride too. Go, you have yet time to clean the rust from your sword. Mercy, Lord, whined Wormtongue, groveling on the ground. Have pity on one worn out in your service. Send me not from your sight. From your side, I at least will stand by you when all others have gone. Do not send your faithful Grima away. You have my pity, said Theoden, and I do not send you from my side. I go myself to war with my men, and I bid you come with me and prove your faith. Wormtongue looked from face to face. In his eyes was the hunted look of a beast, seeking some gap in the ring of his enemies. He licked his lips with a pale tongue. Such a resolve might be expected from a lord of the house of Eorl, old though he be, he said, but those who truly love him would spare his failing years. Yet I see that I come too late. Yet I see that I come too late. Others whom the death of my lord would perhaps grieve less, have already persuaded him. If I cannot undo their work, hear me at least in this, Lord. One who knows your mind and honors your commands should be left in Edoras. Appoint a faithful steward. Let your counselor, Grima, keep all things till your return, and I pray that we may see it, though no wise man will deem it hopeful. Eomer laughed. And if that plea does not excuse you from war, most noble Wormtongue, he said, what office of less honor would you accept? To carry a sack of meal up into the mountains, if any man would trust you with it? Nay, Eomer, you do not fully understand the mind of Master Wormtongue, said Gandalf, turning his piercing glance upon him. He is bold and cunning. Even now he plays a game with peril and wins a throw. Hours of my precious time he has wasted already. Down, snake, he said suddenly in a terrible voice. Down on your belly. How long is it since Saruman bought you? What was the promised price? When all the men were dead, you were to pick your share of the treasure and take the woman you desire? Too long have you watched here. Too long have you watched her under your eyelids and haunted her steps. Eomer grasped his sword. That I knew already, he muttered. For that reason I would have slain him before, forgetting the law of the hall, but there are other reasons. He stepped forward, but Gandalf stayed him with his hand. Eowyn is safe now, he said, but you, Wormtongue, you have done what you could do for your true master. Some reward you have earned at least, yet Saruman is apt to overlook his bargains. I should advise you to go quickly and remind him, lest he forget your faithful service. You lie, said Wormtongue. That word comes too oft and easy from your lips, said Gandalf. I do not lie. See, Theoden, here is a snake. With the safety you cannot take it with you, nor can you leave it behind. Today is... To slay it would be just, but it was not always as it now is. Once it was a man, and did you service in its fashion. Give him a horse, and just let him go at once, wherever he chooses. By his choice you shall judge him. Do you hear this, Wormtongue? Said Theoden. This is your choice. To ride with me to war? To ride with me to war, and let us see in battle whether you are true, or to go now, whither you will. But then, if ever we meet again, I shall not be merciful. Slowly Wormtongue rose. He looked at them with half-closed eyes. Last of all, he scanned Theoden's face and opened his mouth, as if to speak. Then, suddenly he drew himself up. His hands worked, his eyes glittered. Such malice was in them that men stepped back from him. He bared his teeth, and then, with a hissing breath, he spat before the king's teeth. Yes, he spat before the king's feet, and darting to one side, he fled down the stair. After him, said Theoden. See that he does no harm to any, but do not hurt him or hinder him. Give him a horse if he wishes it. And if any will bear him, said Eomer. One of the guards ran down the stair. Another went to the well at the foot of the terrace, and in his helm drew water. With it he washed clean the stones that Wormtongue had defiled. Now, my guests, come, said Theoden. Come and take such refreshment as haste allows. They passed back into the great house. Already they heard below them, in the town, the heralds crying and the war horns blowing. For the king was to ride forth as soon as the men of the town and those dwelling near could be armed and assembled. At the king's board sat Eomer and the 4 guests, and there also waiting upon the king was the lady Eowyn, They ate and drank swiftly. The others were silent while Theoden questioned Gandalf concerning Saruman. How far back his treachery goes, who can guess, said Gandalf. He was not always evil. Once, he was not always evil. Once I do not doubt that he was the friend of Rohan, and even when his heart grew colder, he found you useful still. But for long now he has plotted your ruin, wearing the mask of friendship, until he was ready. In those years, Wormtongue's task was easy, and all that you did was swiftly known in Isengard. For your land was open, and all strangers came and went. And ever Wormtongue's whispering was in your ears, promising your thought, poisoning your thought, chilling your heart, weakening your limbs, while others watched and could do nothing. For your will was in his keeping. But when I escaped for you, when I escaped and warned you, then the mask was torn for those who would see. After that, Wormtongue played dangerously, always seeking to delay you, to prevent your full strength from returning. To prevent your full strength from being gathered. He was crafty, dulling men's weariness or working on their fears as served his occasion. Do you not remember how eagerly he urged that no man could be paired on a wild goose chase, northward, when the immediate peril was westward? He persuaded you to forbid Eomer to pursue the raiding orcs. If Eomer had not defied Wormtongue's voice speaking with your mouth, those orcs would have reached Isengard by now, bearing a great prize. Not indeed that prize which Saruman desires above all else, but at least 2 members of my company, sharers of a secret hope, of which even to you, Lord, I cannot yet speak openly. But dare you think of what they might now be suffering, or what Saruman might now have learned from them? As I owe much to Eomer, said Theoden. Faithful heart may have forward tongue. Say also, said Gandalf, that to crooked eyes truth may wear a wry face. Indeed, my eyes were almost blind, said Theoden. Most of all I owe to you, my guest. Once again you have come in time. I would give you a gift ere we go, at your own choosing. You have only to name aught that is mine. I reserve now only my sword. Whether I came in time or not is yet to be seen, said Gandalf. But as for your gift, Lord, I shall choose one that will fit my need. Swift and sure, give me Shadowfax. He was only lent before. If loan we may call it. But now I shall ride him into great hazard, setting silver against black. I would not risk anything that is not my own, and already there is a bond of love between us. You choose well, sir, said Theoden, and I give him now gladly. Yet it is a great gift. There is none like the Shadowfax. In him one of the mighty steeds of old has returned. None such shall return again. And to you, my other guests, I will offer such things as may be found in my armory. Swords you do not need, but there are helms and chains of mail, coats of mail of cunning work, gifts to my fathers out of Gondor. Choose from these ere we go, and they may yet serve you well. Nice king, that Theoden. Now men came bearing raiment of war from the king's hoard, and they arrayed Aragorn and Legolas in shining mail. Helms, too, they chose, and round shields. Their bosses overlaid with gold and set with gems, green and red and white. Gandalf took no armor, and Gimli needed no coat of rings, even if one had been found to match his stature, for there was no hauberk in the hordes of Edoras of better make than his short corselet forged beneath the mountain in the north. But he chose a cap of iron and leather that fitted well upon his round head, and a small shield he also took. It bore the running horse, white and green, that was the emblem of the house of Eorl. "May it keep you well," said Theoden. "It was made for me in Thengald's day, when, still, I was a boy." Gimli bowed. "I am proud, Lord of the Mark, to bear your device," he said. "Indeed, sooner would I bear a horse than be borne by one. I love my feet better. But maybe I shall come yet where I can stand and fight." "It may well be so," said Theoden. The king now rose, and at once Eowyn came forward bearing wine. "Farthu Theoden Hal," she said, "receive now this cup, and drink in happy hour. Health be with thee at thy going and coming." Theoden drank from the cup, and she then proffered it to the guests. And as she stood before Aragorn, she paused suddenly and looked upon him. Her eyes were shining. And he looked down upon her fair face and smiled. But as he took the cup, his hand met hers. And he knew that she trembled at the touch. "Ha, Aragorn, son of Arathorn," she said. "Hail, Lady of Rohan," he answered. But his face was now troubled, and he did not smile. When they had all drunk, the king went down the hall to the doors. There the guards awaited him. And heralds, too, and all the lords and chiefs were gathered together that remained in Edoras or dwelt nearby. "Behold, I come forth. Behold, I go forth, and it seems like to be my last riding," said Theoden. "I have no child. Theodred, my son, is slain. I name Eomer, my sister's son, to be my heir. If neither of us return, then choose a new lord, as you will. But to someone I must now entrust my people that I leave behind, to rule them in my place. Which of you will stay?" No man spoke. "Is there none whom you would name? In whom do my people trust?" "In the house of Eorl," answered Hama. "But Eomer I cannot spare, nor would he stay," said the king, "and he is the last of that house." "I said not Eomer," answered Hama, "and he is not the last. There is Eowyn, daughter of Eomund, his sister. She is fearless and high-hearted. All love her. Let her be as lord to the Eorlingas while we are gone." "It shall be so," said Theoden. "Let the heralds announce to the folk that the Lady Eowyn shall lead them." Then the king sat upon a seat before his doors, and Eowyn knelt before him and received from him a sword and a fair corselet. "Farewell, sister-daughter," he said. "Dark is the hour, yet maybe we shall return to the Golden Hall. But in Dunharrow, the people will come. But in Dunharrow the people may long defend themselves, and if the battle go ill, thither will come all who escape." "Speak not so," she answered. "A year shall I endure for every day that passes until your return." But as she spoke, her eyes went to Aragorn, who stood nearby. "The king shall come again," he said. "Fear not. Not west, but east does our doom await us." The king now went down the stair with Gandalf beside him. The others followed. Aragorn looked back as they passed towards the gate. Alone Éowyn stood before the doors of the house, at the stair's head, and sword was upright before her, and her hands were laid upon the hilt. She was clad now in mail, and shone like silver in the sun. Gimli walked with Legolas, his axe on his shoulder. "Well, at last we set off," he said. "Men need many words before deeds. Ay, ay, ay. My axe is restless in my hands, though I doubt not that these Rohirrim are fell-handed when they come to it. Nonetheless, this is not the warfare that suits me. How shall I come to the battle? I wish I could walk and not bump like a sack on Gandalf's saddle-bow." "A safer seat than many, I guess," said Legolas. "Yet doubtless Gandalf will gladly put you down on your feet when blows begin. Or Shadowfax himself. An axe is no weapon for a rider, and a dwarf is no horseman. It is orc necks I would hew, not shave the scalps of men," said Gimli, patting the haft of his axe. At the gate they found a great host of men, old and young, all ready in the saddle. More than 1,000 were mustered. Their spears were like a springing wood. Loudly and joyously they shouted as Theoden came forth. Some held in readiness the king's horse, Snowmane, and others held the horses of Aragorn and Legolas. Gimli stood but Éomer came up to him, leading his horse. "Hail, Gimli, Glowing's son," he cried. "I have not had time to learn gentle speech under your rod, as you promised. But shall we not put aside our quarrel? At least I will speak no evil again of the Lady of the Wood." "Hail, Gimli, Glowing's son," he cried. "I have not had time to learn gentle speech under your rod, as you promised. But shall we not put aside our quarrel? At least I will speak no evil again of the Lady of the Wood. I will forget my wrath for a while, Éomer, son of Éomund," said Gimli. "But if you ever chance to see the Lady Galadriel with your eyes, then you shall acknowledge her the fairest of ladies, or our friendship will end." "So be it," said Éomer. "But until that time, pardon me, and in token of pardon, ride with me, I beg. Gandalf will be at the head with the Lord of the Mark, but Firefoot, my horse, will bear us both, if you will." "I thank you indeed," said Gimli, greatly pleased. "I will gladly go with you, if Legolas, my comrade, may ride beside us." "It shall be so," said Éomer. "Legolas upon my left, and Aragorn upon my right, and none will dare to stand before us." "Where is Shadowfax?" said Gandalf. "Running wild over the grass," they answered. "He will let no man handle him. There he goes, away down by the ford, like a shadow among the willows." Gandalf whistled and called aloud the horse's name, and far away he tossed his head and neighed, and turning sped towards the host like an arrow. "Were the breath of the west wind to take a body visible, even so would it appear," said Éomer, as the great horse ran up until he stood before the wizard. "The gift seems already to be given," said Theoden. "But hearken, all, hear now I name my guest, Gandalf Greyhame, wisest of counselors, most welcome of wanderers, a lord of the Mark, a chieftain of the Eorlingas, while our kin shall last. And I give to him Shadowfax, Prince of Horses." "I thank you, Theoden King," said Gandalf. Then suddenly he threw back his grey cloak, and cast aside his hat, and leapt to horseback. He wore no helm nor mail. His snowy hair flew free in the wind. His white robes shone dazzling in the sun. "Behold, the White Rider!" cried Aragorn. And all took up the words. "Our king and the White Rider!" they shouted. "Forth, forth, Eorlingas!" The trumpet sounded, the horses reared and neighed. Spear clashed on shield. Then the king raised his hand, and with a rush like the sudden onset of a great wind, the last host of Rohan rode thundering into the west. Far over the plain, Eowyn saw the glitter of their spears, as she stood still, alone, before the doors of the silent house. That is the end of chapter 6. Coming up in a moment or two, my friends, chapter 7, Helm's Deep. about to continue with the chapter Helm's Deep. How about that, everybody, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, what an amazing birthday it is. Every year, right after New Year's Day, all the Lord of the Rings fans gather. Well, that would be Hobbit fans and Lord of the Rings fans together. They all gather to celebrate a very special birthday, Professor Tolkien, on January 3rd. And this event is observed quite often by fans who gather at restaurants that are styled after British pubs, classic British pubs. And they have a pint and have a bite to eat, and perhaps some shepherd's pie or some distinctly British food. And in honor of their favorite Oxford Don, who was a philologist and of course, a great teacher at Oxford University, they celebrate his birthday with a 9 p.m. toast to his health. So you will hear it all the way around the world tonight. You will hear very different glasses clinking together at 9 p.m. in every time zone. Everyone saying to the professor. It's going to be really quite fun tonight. And I acknowledge all of the fans worldwide as we continue the 8th, that's right, 8 full days, very full days of this ongoing live readathon. Ah, yes, the live readathon. Live streaming brought to you by XSN, the online geek shopping network. Yes. Do I hear some in the music in the distance? I hear some Pocahontas. Christmas, Hobbit, and Lord of the Rings readathon that actually began on Christmas. And now it continues right up through New Year's and today, a very special day, J.R.R. Tolkien's birthday. So glad to have everyone joining us here. The onering.net/live is one space where you can continue watching this live stream event. And also at shopxsn.com, which is the online website that is powering this live broadcast. So, I am your humble reader, Clifford Broadway, and I'm very happy to have you all join us today. We continue now, day 8. Day number 8 of the readathon continues, and we are at The Two Towers, Book 3, Chapter 7, Helm's Deep. The sun was already westering as they rode from Edoras, and the light of it was in their eyes, turning all the rolling fields of Rohan to a golden haze. There was a beaten way northwestward along the foothills of the White Mountains, and this they followed, up and down in a green country, crossing small, swift streams by many fords. Far ahead and to their right, the misty mountains loomed. Ever darker and taller they grew as the miles went by. The sun went slowly down before them. Evening came behind. The host rode on. Need drove them. Fearing to come too late, they rode with all the speed they could, pausing seldom. Swift and enduring were the steeds of Rohan, but there were many leagues to go. 40 leagues and more it was, as a bird flies, from Edoras to the fords of Isen, where they hoped to find the king's men that held back the hosts of Saruman. Night closed about them. At last they halted to make their camp. They had ridden for some 5 hours, and were far out upon the western plain, yet more than half their journey still lay before them. In a great circle, under the starry sky and the waxing moon, they now made their bivouac. They lit no fires, for they were uncertain of events. But they set a ring of mounted guards about them, and scouts rode out far ahead, passing like shadows in the folds of the land. The slow night passed without tidings or alarm. At dawn the horns sounded, and within an hour they took the road again. There were no clouds yet overhead, but a heaviness was in the air. It was hot for the season of the year. The rising sun was hazy, and behind it, following it slowly up the sky, there was a growing darkness, as of a great storm moving out of the east. And away in the northwest there seemed to be another darkness brooding about the feet of the misty mountains, a shadow that crept down slowly from the wizard's veil. Gandalf dropped back to where Legolas rode beside Eomer. "You have the keen eyes of your fair kindred, Legolas," he said, "and they can tell a sparrow from a finch a league off. Tell me, can you see anything away yonder, towards Isengard?" "Many miles lie between," said Legolas, gazing thither and shading his eyes with his long hand. "I can see a darkness. There are shapes moving in it, great shapes far away upon the bank of the river, but what they are I cannot tell. It is not mist or cloud that defeats my eyes. There is a veiling shadow that some power lays upon the land, and it marches slowly downstream. It is as if the twilight under endless trees were flowing downwards from the hills. And behind us comes the very storm of Mordor," said Gandalf. "It will be a black night." As the second day of their riding drew on, the heaviness in the air increased. In the afternoon, the dark clouds began to overtake them. A somber canopy with great billowing edges, flecked with dazzling light. The sun went down, blood red in a smoking haze. The spears of the riders were tipped with fire, as the last shafts of light kindled the steep faces of the peaks of Thraihirn. Now very near they stood on the northernmost arm of the White Mountains, 3 jagged horns staring at the sunset. In the last glow, men in the vanguard saw a black speck, a horseman riding back towards them. They halted, awaiting him. He came, a weary man with dinted helm and cloven shield. Slowly he climbed from his horse and stood there a while, gasping. At length he spoke. "Is Eomer here?" he asked. "You come at last, but too late and with too little strength. Things have gone evilly since Theodred fell. We were driven back yesterday over the Isen with great loss. Many perished at the crossing. Then, at night, fresh forces came over the river against our camp. All Isengard must be emptied. And Saruman has armed the wild hillmen and herd folk of Dunland beyond the rivers. And these also he loosed upon us. We were overmastered. The shield wall was broken. Erkenbrand of Westfold has drawn off those men he could gather towards his fastness in Helm's Deep. The rest are scattered. Where is Eomer? Tell him there is no hope ahead. He should return to Edoras before the wolves of Isengard come there." Theoden had sat silent, hidden from the man's sight behind his guards. Now he urged his horse forward. "Come, stand before me, guards." Now he urged his horse forward. Come stand before me, Ceorl, he said. I am here. The last host of the Eorlingas has ridden forth. I will not return without battle. The man's face lightened with joy and wonder. He drew himself up. Then he knelt, offering his notched sword to the king. Command me, lord, he cried, and pardon me. You thought I remained in Meduseld, bent like an old tree under winter snow. So it was when you rode to war, but a west wind has shaken the boughs, said Theoden. Give this man a fresh horse. Let us ride to the help of Erkenbrand. While Theoden was speaking, Gandalf rode a short way ahead, and he sat there alone, gazing north to Isengard and west to the setting sun. Now he came back. Ride, Theoden, he said, ride to Helm's Deep. Go not to the fords of Isen, and do not tarry in the plain. I must leave you for a while. Shadowfax must bear me now on a swift errand. Turning to Aragorn and Eomer and the men of the king's household, he cried, Keep well the lord of the mark till I return. Await me at Helm's Gate. Farewell. He spoke a word to Shadowfax, and like an arrow from the bow, and like an arrow from the bow, the great horse sprang away. Even as they looked, he was gone. A flash of silver in the sunset, a wind over the grass. A shadow that fled and passed from sight. Snowmane snorted and reared, eager to follow, but only a swift bird on the wing could have overtaken him. What does that mean? Said one of the guard to Hama. That Gandalf Greyhame has need of haste, answered Hama. Ever he goes and comes, unlooked for. Wormtongue, were he here, would not find it hard to explain, said the other. True enough, said Hama, but for myself I will wait until I see Gandalf again. Maybe you will wait long, said the other. The host turned away now from the road to the fords of Isen and bent their course southward. Night fell, and still they rode on. The hills drew near, and the tall peaks of Thryhirn were already dim against the darkening sky. Still, some miles away, on the far side of the Westfold Vale, lay a green combe, a great bay in the mountains, out of which a gorge opened in the hills. Men of that land called it Helm's Deep, after a hero of old wars who had made his refuge there. Ever steeper and narrower it wound inward from the north, under the shadow of the Thryhirn, till the crow-haunted cliffs rose like mighty towers on either side, shutting out the light. At Helm's Gate, before the mouth of the deep, there was a heel of rock thrust outward by the northern cliff. There upon its spur stood high walls of ancient stone, and within them was a lofty tower. Men said that in the far-off days of the glory of Gondor, the sea kings had built here this fastness with the hands of giants. The Hornburg it was called, for a trumpet sounded upon the tower, echoed in the deep behind, as if armies long forgotten were issuing to war from caves beneath the hills. A wall, too, the men of old had made from the Hornburg to the southern cliff, barring the entrance to the gorge. Beneath it, by a wide culvert, the deeping stream passed out. About the feet of the Horn Rock it wound, and flowed then in a gully through the midst of a wide green gore, sloping gently down from Helm's Gate to Helm's Dyke. Thence it fell into the deeping combe, and out into the Westfold Vale. There in the Hornburg at Helm's Gate, Erkenbrand, master of Westfold on the borders of the mark, now dwelt. As the days darkened with threat of war, being wise, he had repaired the wall and made the fastness strong. The riders were still in the low valley before the mouth of the combe, when cries and hornblasts were heard from their scouts that went in front. Out of the darkness, arrows whistled. Swiftly a scout rode back and reported that wolf riders were abroad in the valley, and that a host of orcs and wild men were hurrying southward from the fords of Isengard and seemed to be making for Helm's Deep. "We have found many of our folk lying slain as they fled thither," said the scout, "and we have met scattered companies, going this way and that, leaderless. What has become of Erkenbrand, none seem to know. It is likely that he will be overtaken ere he can reach Helm's Gate, if he has not already perished." "Has aught been seen of Gandalf?" asked Theoden. "Yes, lord. Many have seen an old man in white open upon a horse, passing hither and thither over the plains like wind in the grass. Some thought he was Saruman. It is said that he went away ere nightfall towards Isengard. Some say also that Wormtongue was seen earlier, going northward with a company of orcs." "It will go ill with Wormtongue if Gandalf comes upon him," said Theoden. "Nonetheless, I miss now both my counselors, the old and the new. But in this need we have no better choice than to go on, as Gandalf said, to Helm's Gate, whether Erkenbrand be there or no. Excuse me. It is known how great is the host that comes from the north. Is it known how great is the host that comes from the north?" "It is very great," said the scout. "He that flies counts every foeman twice. Yet I have spoken to stout-hearted men, and I do not doubt that the main strength of the enemy is many times as great as all that we have here." "Then let us be swift," said Eomer. "Let us drive through such foes as are already between us and the fastness. There are caves in Helm's Deep where hundreds may lie hid, and secret ways lead thence up onto the hills." "Trust not to secret ways," said the king. "Saruman has long spied out this land. Still, in that place our defense may last long. Let us go." Aragorn and Legolas went now with Eomer in the van. On through the dark night they rode, ever slower, ever slower as the darkness deepened, and their way climbed southward, higher and higher into the dim folds about the mountain's feet. They found few of the enemy before them. Here and there they came upon roving bands of orcs, but they fled ere the riders could take or slay them. "It will not be long, I fear," said Eomer, "ere the coming of the king's host will be known to the leader of our enemies, Saruman, or whatever captain he has sent forth." The rumor of war grew behind them. Now they could hear, borne over the dark, the sound of harsh singing. They had climbed far up into the deeping coombe when they looked back. Then they saw torches, countless points of fiery light upon the black fields behind, scattered like red flowers, or winding up from the lowlands in long flickering lines. Here and there a larger blaze leapt up. "It is a great host, and follows us hard," said Aragorn. "They bring fire," said Theoden, "and they are burning as they come, rick, cot, and tree. This was a rich vale, and had many homesteads. Alas for my folk! Would that day was here, and we might ride down upon them like a storm out of the mountains," said Aragorn. "It grieves me to fly before them." "We need not fly much further," said Eomer. "Not far ahead now lies Helm's Dyke, an ancient trench and rampart scored across the coombe, 2 furlongs below Helm's Gate. There we can turn and give battle." "Nay, we are too few to defend the dyke," said Theoden. "It is a mile long or more, and the breach in it is wide. At the breach our rear guard must stand if we are pressed," said Eomer. There was neither star nor moon when the riders came to the breach in the dyke, where the men from above passed out, and the road beside it ran down from the Hornburg. The rampart loomed suddenly before them, a high shadow beyond a dark pit. As they rode up, a sentinel challenged them. "The Lord of the Mark rides to Helm's Gate," Eomer answered. "I, Eomer, son of Eomund, speak." "This is good tidings beyond hope," said the sentinel. "Hasten, the enemy is on your heels." The host passed through the breach and halted on the sloping sward above. They now learned, to their joy, that Erkenbrand had left many men to hold Helm's gate, and more had since escaped thither. "Maybe we have 1,000 fit to fight on foot," said Gamling, an old man, the leader of those that watched the dike. "But most of them have seen too many winters, as I have, or too few, as my son's son here. What news of Erkenbrand? Word came yesterday that he was retreating hither, with all that is left of the best riders of the Westfold, but he has not come." "I fear that he will not come now," said Eomer. "Our scouts have gained no news of him, and the enemy fills all the valley behind us." "I would that he had escaped," said Theoden. "He was a mighty man. In him lived again the valor of Helm the Hammerhand. But we cannot wait. We cannot await him here. We must draw all our forces now behind the walls. Are you well stored?" "We bring little provision, for we rode forth to open battle, not to a siege. Behind us in the caves of the deep are 3 parts of the folk of Westfold, old and young, children and women," said Gamling. But great store of food and many beasts and their fodder have also been gathered there." "That is well," said Eomer. "They are burning and despoiling all that is left in the vale. If they come to bargain for our goods at Helm's Gate, they will pay a high price," said Gamling. The king and his riders passed on. Before the causeway that crossed the stream, they dismounted. In a long file, they led their horses up the ramp and passed within the gates of the Hornburg. There they were welcomed again with joy and renewed hope, for now there were men enough to man both the burg and the barrier wall. Quickly, Eomer set his men in readiness. The king and the men of his household were in the Hornburg, but there also were many of the Westfold men. But on the deeping wall and its tower, and behind it, Eomer arrayed most of the strength that he had, for here the defense seemed more doubtful, if the assault were determined and in great force. The horses were led far up the deep under such guard as could be spared. The deeping wall was 20 feet high, and so thick that 4 men could walk abreast along the top, sheltered by a parapet over which only a tall man could look. Here and there were clefts in the stone through which men could shoot. This battlement could be reached by a stair running down from a door in the outer court of the Hornburg. 3 flights of steps led also up onto the wall from the deep behind, but in front it was smooth, and the great stones of it were set with such skill that no foothold could be found at their joints, and at the top they hung over like a sea-delved cliff. Gimli stood leaning against the breastwork upon the wall. Legolas sat above on the parapet, fingering his bow and peering out into the gloom. "This is more to my liking," said the dwarf, stamping on the stones. "Ever my heart rises as we draw near the mountains. There is good rock here. This country has tough bones. I felt them in my feet as we came up from the dike. Give me a year and 100 of my kin, and I would make this a place that armies would break upon like water." "I do not doubt it," said Legolas, "but you are a dwarf, and dwarves are strange folk. I do not like this place, and I shall like it no more by the light of day. But you comfort me, Gimli, and I'm glad to have you standing nigh with your stout legs and your hard axe. I wish there were more of your kin among us. But even more would I give for 100 good archers of Mirkwood. We shall need them." The Rohirrim have good bowmen after their fashion, but there are too few here. Too few. "It is dark for archery," said Gimli. "Indeed, it is time for sleep." "Sleep! Oh, I feel the need of it, as never I thought any dwarf could. Riding is tiring work. Yet my axe is restless in my hand. Give me a row of orc necks and room to swing, and all weariness will fall from me. A slow time passed. Far down in the valley, scattered fires still burned. The hosts of Isengard were advancing. They were advancing in silence now. Their torches could be seen winding up the combe in many lines. Suddenly from the dike, yells and screams, and the fierce battle cries of men broke out. Flaming brands appeared over the brink and clustered thickly at the breach. Then they scattered and vanished. Men came galloping back over the field and up the ramp to the gate of the Hornburg. The rear guard of the Westfolders had been driven in. The enemy is at hand, they said. We loosed every arrow that we had and filled the dike with orcs, but it will not halt them long. Already they are scaling the bank at many points, thick as marching ants, but we have taught them not to carry torches. It was now past midnight. The sky was utterly dark, and the stillness of the heavy air foreboded storm. Suddenly, the clouds were seared by a blinding flash. Branched lightning smote down upon the eastward hills. For a staring moment, the watchers on the walls saw all the space between them and the dike lit with white light. It was boiling and crawling with black shapes, some squat and broad, some tall and grim, with high helms and sable shields. Hundreds and hundreds more were pouring over the dike and through the breach. The dark tide flowed up to the walls from cliff to cliff. Thunder rolled in the valley. Rain came lashing down. Arrows, thick as the rain, came whistling over the battlements and fell clinking and glancing on the stones. Some found a mark. The assault on Helm's Deep had begun, but no sound or challenge was heard within. No answering arrows came. The assailing hosts halted, foiled by the silent menace of rock and wall. Ever and again the lightning tore aside the darkness. Then the orcs screamed, waving spear and sword, and shooting a cloud of arrows at any that stood revealed upon the battlements. And the men of the mark, amazed, looked out, as it seemed to them, upon a great field of dark corn, tossed by a tempest of war, and every ear glinted with barbed light. Brazen trumpets sounded. The enemy surged forward, some against the deeping wall, others towards the causeway and the ramp that led up to the Hornburg gates. There, the hugest orcs were mustered, and the wild men of the Dunland fells. A moment they hesitated, and then on they came. The lightning flashed and blazoned upon every helm and shield. The ghastly hand of Isengard was seen. They reached the summit of the rock. They drove towards the gates. Then at last an answer came. A storm of arrows met them, and a hail of stones. They wavered, broke, and fell back, and fled back, and then charged again, broke, and charged again, and each time, like the incoming sea, they halted at a higher point. Again trumpets rang, and a press of roaring men leapt forth. They held their great shields above them like a roof, while in their midst they bore two trunks of mighty trees. Behind them orc archers crowded, sending a hail of darts against the bowmen on the walls. They gained the gates. The trees, swung by strong arms, smote the timbers with a rending boom. If any men fell, crushed by a stone hurtling from above, two others sprang to take his place. Again and again the great rams swung and crashed. Eomer and Aragorn stood together on the deeping wall. They heard the roar of voices and the thudding of the rams, and then in a sudden flash of light they beheld the peril of the gates. "Come," said Aragorn, This is the hour when we draw swords together." Running like fire, they sped along the wall and up the steps and passed into the outer court upon the rock. As they ran, they gathered a handful, just a handful of stout swordsmen. There was a small postern door that opened in an angle of the burg wall on the west, where the cliff stretched out to meet it. On that side a narrow path ran round towards the great gate, between the wall and the sheer brink of the rock. Together Eomer and Aragorn sprang through the door, their men close behind. The two swords flashed from the sheath as one. "Guth wine!" cried Eomer. "Guth wine for the mark!" "Anduril!" cried Aragorn. "Anduril for the Dunedain!" Charging from the side, they hurled themselves upon the wild men. Anduril rose and fell, gleaming with white fire. A shout went up from wall and tower. "Anduril! Anduril goes to war! The blade that was broken shines again!" Dismayed, the rammers let fall the trees and turned to fight, but the wall of their shields was broken by a lightning stroke, and they were swept away, hewn down, or cast over the rock into the stony stream below. The orc archers shot wildly and then fled. For a moment, Eomer and Aragorn halted before the gates. The thunder was rumbling in the distance now. The lightning flickered still, far off among the mountains in the south. A keen wind was blowing from the north again. The clouds were torn and drifting, and stars peeped out. And above the hills of the Coombe side, the westering moon rode, glimmering yellow in the storm wrack. "We did not come too soon," said Aragorn, looking at the gates. Their great hinges and iron bars were wrenched and bent. Many of their timbers were cracked. "Yet we cannot stay here beyond the walls to defend them," said Eomer. "Look," he pointed to the causeway. Already a great press of orcs and men were gathering again beyond the stream. Arrows whined and skipped on the stones about them. "Come, we must get back and see what we can do to pile stone and beam across the gates within. Come now." They turned and ran. At that moment, some dozen orcs that had lain motionless among the slain leapt to their feet and came silently and swiftly behind. Two flung themselves to the ground at Eomer's heels, tripped him, and in a moment they were on top of him. But a small dark figure that none had observed sprang out of the shadows and gave a hoarse shout. "Baruch Kazad, Kazad I Minyu!" An axe swung and swept back. Two orcs fell headless. The rest fled. Eomer struggled to his feet, even as Aragorn ran back to his aid. The postern was closed again. The iron door was barred and piled inside with stones. When all were safe within, Eomer turned. "I thank you, Gimli, son of Glóin," he said. "I did not know that you were with us in the sortie, but oft the unbidden guest proves the best company. How came you there?" "I followed you to shake off sleep," said Gimli, "but I looked on the hillmen, and they seemed overlarge for me, so I sat beside a stone to see your sword play." "I shall not find it easy to repay you," said Eomer. "There may be many a chance ere the night is over," laughed the dwarf, "but I am content. Till now I have hewn naught but wood since I left Moria." "Two," said Gimli, patting his axe. He had returned to his place on the wall. "Two," said Legolas, "I have done better, though now I must grope for spent arrows, all mine are gone. Yet I make my tale 20 at least, but that is only a few leaves in a forest." The sky now was quickly clearing, and the sinking moon was shining brightly. But the light brought little hope to the riders of the mark. The enemy before them seemed to have grown rather than diminished, and still more were pressing up from the valley through the breach. The sortie upon the rock gained only a brief respite. The assault on the gates was redoubled. Against the deeping wall, the hosts of Isengard roared like a sea. Orcs and hillmen swarmed about its feet from end to end. Ropes and grappling hooks were hurled over the parapet faster than men could cut them or fling them back. Hundreds of long ladders were lifted up. Many were cast down in ruin, but many more replaced them, and orcs sprang up them like apes in the dark forests of the south. But before the wall's foot, the dead and broken were piled like shingle in a storm. Ever higher rose the hideous mounds, and still, the enemy came on. The men of Rohan grew weary. All their arrows were spent, and every shaft was shot. Their swords were notched, and their shields were riven. And their shields were riven. 3 times Aragorn and Eomer rallied them, and 3 times Anduril flamed in a desperate charge that drove the enemy from the wall. Then a clamor arose in the deep behind. Orcs had crept like rats through the culvert through which the stream flowed out. There they had gathered in the shadow of the cliffs until the assault above was hottest, and nearly all the men of the defense had rushed to the wall's top. Then they sprang out. Already some had passed into the jaws of the deep and were among the horses, fighting with the guards. Down from the wall leapt Gimli with a fierce cry that echoed in the cliffs. Khazad! Khazad! He soon had work enough. Aye, oi, he shouted. The orcs are behind the wall. Aye, oi, come, Legolas. There are enough for us both. Khazad, I men you. Gamling, the old, looked down from the Hornburg, hearing the great voice of the dwarf above all the tumult. The orcs are in the deep. The orcs are in the deep, he cried. Helm, Helm, forth, helming us! He shouted as he leapt down from the rock, with many men of Westfold at his back. Their onset was fierce and sudden, and the orcs gave way before them. Ere long they were hemmed in the narrows of the gorge, and all were slain or driven shrieking into the chasm of the deep to fall before the guardians of the hidden caves. 21, cried Gimli. He hewed a 2-handed stroke and laid the last orc before his feet. Now my count passes Master Legolas again. We must stop this rat hole, said Gamling. Dwarves are said to be cunning folk with stone. Lend us your aid, master. We do not shape stone with battle axes, nor with our fingernails, said Gimli. But I will help as I may. They gathered such small boulders and broken stones as they could find to hand, and, under Gimli's direction, the Westfold men blocked up the inner end of the culvert until only a narrow outlet remained. Then the deeping stream, swollen by the rain, churned and fretted in its choked path, and spread slowly in cold pools from cliff to cliff. It will be drier above, said Gimli. Come, Gamling, let us see how things go on the wall. He climbed up and found Legolas beside Aragorn and Eomer. The elf was whetting his long knife. There was, for a while, a lull in the assault, since the attempts to break in through the culvert had been foiled. 21, said Gimli. Good, said Legolas, but my count is now 24. It has been knife work up here. Eomer and Aragorn leant wearily on their swords. Away on the left, the crash and clamor of the battle on the rock rose loud again. But the Hornburg still held fast, like an island in the sea. Its gates lay in ruin. But over the barricade of beams and stones, within, no enemy as yet had passed. Aragorn looked at the pale stars and at the moon, now sloping behind the western hills, that enclosed the valley. "This is a night as long as years," he said. "How long will the day tarry?" "Dawn is not far off," said Gamling, who had now climbed up beside him. "But dawn will not help us, I fear." "Yet dawn is ever the hope of men," said Aragorn. "But these creatures of Isengard, these half-orcs and goblin men that the foul craft of Saruman has bred, they will not quail at the sun," said Gamling, "and neither will the wild men of the hills. Do you not hear their voices?" "I hear them," said Eomer, "but they're only the scream of birds and the bellowing of beasts to my ears." "Yet there are many that cry in the Dunland tongue," said Gamling. "I know that tongue. It is an ancient speech of men, and once was spoken in many western valleys of the Mark. Hark! They hate us, and they are glad, for our doom seems certain to them. 'The king, they cry. We will take their king. Death to the Forgoil, death to the Strawheads, death to the robbers of the north,' such names they have for us. Not in 1,000 years have they forgotten their grievance, that the lords of Gondor gave the mark to Eorl the Young and made alliance with him. That old hatred Saruman has inflamed. They are fierce folk when roused. They will not give way now for dusk or dawn until Theoden is taken, or they themselves are slain. Nonetheless, day will bring hope to me," said Aragorn. "Is it not said that no foe has ever taken the Hornburg if men defended it?" "So the minstrels say," said Eomer. "Then let us defend it, and hope," said Aragorn. Even as they spoke, there came a blare of trumpets. Then there was a crash and a flash of flame and smoke. The waters of the deeping stream poured out, hissing and foaming. They were choked no longer. A gaping hole was blasted in the wall. A host of dark shapes poured in. "Devilry of Saruman," cried Aragorn. "They have crept in the culvert again while we talked, and they have lit the fire of Orthanc beneath our feet. Elendil, Elendil," he shouted, as he leapt down into the breach. But even as he did so, 100 ladders were raised against the battlements. Over the wall and under the wall, the last assault came sweeping like a dark wave upon a hill of sand. The defense was swept away. Some of the riders were driven back, further and further into the deep, falling and fighting as they gave way, step by step, towards the caves. Others cut their way back towards the citadel. A broad stairway climbed from the deep up to the rock and the rear gate of the Hornburg. Near the bottom stood Aragorn. In his hand still Anduril gleamed, and the terror of the sword for a while held back the enemy, as one by one all who could gain the stair passed up towards the gate. Behind, on the upper steps, knelt Legolas. His bow was bent, but one gleamed arrow was all that he had left, and he peered out now, ready to shoot the first orc that should dare approach the stair. "All who can have now got safe within, Aragorn," he called. "Come back!" Aragorn turned and sped up the stair, but as he ran, he stumbled in his weariness. At once his enemies leapt forward. Up came the orcs, yelling, with their long arms stretched out to seize him. The foremost fell with Legolas's last arrow in his throat, but the rest sprang over him. Then a great boulder, cast from the outer wall above, crashed down upon the stair and hurled them back into the deep. "Excuse me," Aragorn gained the door, and swiftly it clanged to behind him. "Things go ill, my friends," he said, wiping the sweat from his brow with his arm. "Ill enough," said Legolas, "but not yet hopeless. While we have you here with us, where is Gimli?" "I do not know," said Aragorn. "I last saw him fighting on the ground behind the wall, but the enemy swept us apart." "Alas, that is evil news," said Legolas. "He is stout and strong," said Aragorn. "Let us hope that he will escape back to the caves. There he would be safe for a while, safer than we. Such a refuge would be to the liking of a dwarf." "That must be my hope," said Legolas, "but I wish that he had come this way. I desired to tell Master Gimli that my tale is now 39. If he wins back to the caves, he will pass your count again," laughed Aragorn. "Never did I see an axe so wielded." "I must go and seek some arrows," said Legolas. "Would that this night would end, and I could have better light for shooting." Aragorn now passed into the citadel. There, to his dismay, he learned that Eomer had not reached the Hornburg. "Nay, he did not come back to the rock," said one of the Westfold men. "I last saw him gathering men about him and fighting in the mouth of the deep. Gamling was with him, and the dwarf, but I could not come to them." Aragorn strode on through the inner court, and mounted to a high chamber in the tower. There stood the king, dark against a narrow window, looking out upon the vale. "What is the news, Aragorn?" he said. "The deeping wall is taken, lord, and all the defense swept away. But many have escaped hither to the rock." "Is Eomer here?" "No, lord, but many of your men retreated into the deep, and some say that Eomer was amongst them. In the narrows they may hold back the enemy and come within the caves. What hope they may have then I do not know. More than we. Good provision, it is said, and the air is wholesome there because of the outlets through fissures in the rock far above. None can force an entrance against determined men. They may hold out long. But the orcs have brought a devilry from Orthanc," said Aragorn. "They have a blasting fire, and with it they took the wall. If they cannot come in the caves, they may seal up those that are inside. But now we must turn all our thought to our own defense." "I fret in this position," said Theoden. "If I could have set a spear in rest, riding before my men upon the field, maybe I could have felt again the joy of battle, and so ended. But I serve little purpose here." "Here at least you are guarded in the strongest fastness of the mark," said Aragorn. "More hope we have to defend you in the Hornburg than in Edoras, or even in Dunharrow in the mountains." "It is said that the Hornburg has never fallen to assault," said Theoden, "but now my heart is doubtful. The world changes, and all that once was strong now proves unsure. How shall any tower withstand such numbers and such reckless hate? Had I known that the strength of Isengard was grown so great, maybe I should not rashly have ridden forth to meet it. For all the arts of Gandalf, his counsel seems not now so good as it did under the morning sun." "Do not judge the counsel of Gandalf until all is over, lord," said Aragorn. "The end will not be long," said the king. "But I will not end here, taken like an old badger in a trap. Snowmane and Hasufel and the horses of my guard are in the inner court. When dawn comes, I will bid men sound Helm's horn, and I will ride forth." Excuse me. "Will you ride with me then, son of Arathorn? Maybe we shall cleave a road, or make such an end as will be worth a song, if any be left to sing for us hereafter. I will ride with you, said Aragorn. Taking his leave, he returned to the walls and passed around all their circuit, enheartening the men, and lending aid wherever the assault was hot. Legolas went with him. Blasts of fire leapt up from below, shaking the stones. Grappling hooks were hurled and ladders raised, again and again. Orcs gained the summit of the outer wall, and again the defenders cast them down. At last Aragorn stood above the great gates. Excuse me, folks, my voice is probably getting near to its end. Sorry. At last Aragorn stood above the great gates, heedless of the darts of the enemy. As he looked forth, he saw the eastern sky grow pale. Then he raised his empty hand, palm outward in token of parley. The orcs yelled and jeered. Come down, they cried. If you wish to speak to us, come down, bring out your king. We are the fighting Uruk-hai. We will fetch him from his hole, if he does not come. Bring out your skulking king. The king stays or comes at his own will, said Aragorn. Then what are you doing here? They answered. Why do you look out? Do you wish to see the greatness of our army? We are the fighting Uruk-hai. I looked out to see the dawn, said Aragorn. What of the dawn? They jeered. We are the Uruk-hai. We do not stop the fight for night or day, for fair weather or for storm. We come to kill by sun or moon. What of the dawn? None knows what the new day shall bring him, said Aragorn. Get you gone, ere it turn to your evil. Get down, or we will shoot you from the wall, they cried. This is no parley. You have nothing to say. You have still this to say, answered Aragorn. No, I have still this to say, answered Aragorn. No enemy has yet taken the Hornburg. Depart, and not one of you will be spared. Depart, or not one of you will be spared. Not one will be left alive to take back tidings to the north. You do not know your peril. So great a power and royalty was revealed in Aragorn as he stood there alone above the ruined gates before the host of his enemies, that many of the wild men paused and looked back over their shoulders to the valley, and some looked up doubtfully at the sky. But the orcs laughed with loud voices, and a hail of darts and arrows whistled over the wall as Aragorn leapt down. There was a roar and a blast of fire. The archway of the gate above which he had stood a moment before crumbled and crashed in smoke and dust. The barricade was scattered as if by a thunderbolt. Aragorn ran to the king's tower. But even as the gate fell, and the orcs about it yelled, preparing to charge, a murmur arose behind them like a wind in the distance, and it grew to a clamor of many voices, crying strange news in the dawn. Pardon me. The orcs upon the rock, hearing the rumor of dismay, wavered and looked back. And then, sudden and terrible, from the tower above, the sound of the great horn of Helm rang out. All that heard that sound trembled. Many of the orcs cast themselves on their faces and covered their ears with their claws. Back from the deep, the echoes came. Blast upon blast, as if on every cliff and hill a mighty herald stood. But on the walls men looked up, listening with wonder, for the echoes did not die. Ever the horn blasts wound on among the hills. Nearer now and louder they answered one to another, blowing fierce and free. Helm, Helm, the riders shouted. Helm is arisen and comes back to war. Helm for Theoden king. And with that shout, the king came. His horse was white as snow, golden was his shield, and his spear was long. At his right hand was Aragorn, Elendil's heir. Behind him rode the lords of the horse, rode the lords of the house of Eorl the young. Light sprang in the sky, night departed. Forth, Eorlingas! With a cry and a great noise they charged. Down from the gates they roared, over the causeway they swept, and they drove through the hosts of Isengard as a wind among grass. Behind them from the deep came the stern cries of men issuing from the caves, driving forth the enemy. Out poured all the men that were left upon the rock, and ever the sound of blowing horns echoed in the hills. On they rode, the king and his companions. Captains and champions fell or fled before them. Neither orc nor man withstood them. Their backs were to the swords and spears of the riders, and their faces to the valley. They cried and wailed, for fear and great wonder had come upon them with the rising of the day. So King Theoden rode from Helm's gate and clove his path to the great dike. There the company halted. Light grew bright about them. Shafts of sun flared over the eastern hills and glimmered on their spears. But they sat silent on their horses, and they gazed down upon the deeping coombe. The land had changed. Where before the green dale had lain, its grassy slopes lapping the ever-mounting hills, there now a forest loomed. Great trees, bare and silent, stood rank on rank, with tangled bough and hoary head. Their twisted roots were buried in the long green grass. Darkness was under them. Between the dike and the eaves of that nameless wood, only 2 open furlongs lay. There now cowered the proud hosts of Saruman, in terror of the king and in terror of the trees. They streamed down from Helm's gate until all above the dike was empty of them, but below it they were packed like swarming flies. Vainly they crawled and clambered about the walls of the coombe, seeking to escape. Upon the east, too sheer and stony, was the valley's side. Upon the left, from the west, their final doom approached. There suddenly, upon a ridge appeared a rider, clad in white, shining in the rising sun. Over the low hills, the horns were sounding. Behind him, hastening down the long slopes, were 1,000 men on foot. Their swords were in their hands. Amid them strode a man, tall and strong. His shield was red. As he came to the valley's brink, he set to his lips a great black horn and blew a ringing blast. "Erkenbrand!" the riders shouted. "Erkenbrand!" "Behold the white rider!" cried Aragorn. "Gandalf is come again." "Mithrandir! Mithrandir!" said Legolas. "This is a wizardry indeed. Come, I would look on this forest ere the spell changes." The hosts of Isengard roared, swaying this way and that, turning from fear to fear. Again the horn sounded from the tower. Down through the breach of the dike charged the king's company. Down from the hills leapt Erkenbrand, lord of the Westfold. Down leapt Shadowfax, like a deer that runs sure-footed in the mountains. The white rider was upon them, and the terror of his coming filled the enemy with madness. The wild men fell on their faces before him. The orcs reeled and screamed and cast aside both sword and spear. Like a black smoke driven by a mounting wind, they fled. Wailing, they passed under the waiting shadow of the trees, and from that shadow none ever came again. That's the end of Helm's Deep. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time that we take perhaps a miniature break so that I can have a refreshment, to sup on some hot tea and lembas bread, and gather my strength. Next coming up would be Chapter 8, The Road to Isengard. We'll return with our Lord of the Rings ongoing readathon. Day number 8, mind you. We'll return in a few moments. Be right back. Yes, indeed, we are going live. And we are live again. Hello, back on this remarkable, ongoing live stream event. This is day number 8. Ocho días. 8 days going with The Hobbit, the entire text of The Hobbit being done in 2 days, and The Fellowship of the Ring being done in 4 days. 4 days. And now I think The Two Towers may take a bit longer, unless we have some other guests who are, guest stars who want to stop in from time to time and join us. We may increase our hours of the reading because we may get some other fine folks to come in and read a chapter for you. Believe me, I'm talking to some of our good friends who we know from the cast and crew of The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings films. So stay tuned, dear audience. And before too long, you may actually catch a surprise guest who's going to come along before too long. Now, I'm going to continue now with another sip of tea. Perhaps this will help. This will be our final chapter today, the last chapter today, because there's an event that we're all going to celebrate with the Tolkien Forever group, the fans who have gathered together to toast Professor Tolkien's birthday tonight. So we now have The Two Towers, The Two Towers, Book 3, Chapter 8, The Road to Isengard. So it was that in the light of a fair morning, King Theoden and Gandalf the White Rider met again upon the green grass beside the deeping stream. There was also Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and Legolas the Elf, and Erkenbrand of Westfold, and the lords of the Golden House. About them were gathered the Rohirrim, the riders of the Mark. Wonder overcame their joy in victory, and their eyes were turned towards the wood. Suddenly there was a great shout, and down from the dike came those who had been driven back into the deep. There came Gamling the Old, and Eomer, son of Eomund. And beside them walked Gimli the dwarf. He had no helm, and about his head was a linen band stained with blood, but his voice was loud and strong. 42, Master Legolas, he cried. Alas, my axe is notched. The 42nd had an iron collar on his neck. How is it with you? You have passed my score by 1, answered Legolas, but I do not grudge you the game. So glad am I to see you on your legs. Welcome, Eomer, sister son, said Theoden, now that I see you safe. I am glad indeed. Hail, Lord of the Mark, said Eomer. The dark night has passed, and day shall come again. But the day has brought strange tidings. He turned and gazed in wonder, first at the wood, and then at Gandalf. Once more, you come in the hour of need, unlooked for, he said. Unlooked for, said Gandalf. I said that I would return and meet you here. But you did not name the hour, nor foretell the manner of your coming. Strange help you bring. You are mighty in wizardry, Gandalf the White. That may be, but if so, I have not shown it yet. I have but given good counsel in peril, and made use of the speed of Shadowfax. Your own valor has done more, and the stout legs of the Westfold men marching through the night. And then they all gazed at Gandalf with still greater wonder. Some glanced darkly at the wood and passed their hands over their brows, as if they thought their eyes saw otherwise than his. Gandalf laughed long and merrily. The trees, he said. Nay, I see the wood as plainly as do you. But that is no deed of mine. It is a thing beyond the counsel of the wise, better than my design, and better even than my hope the event has proved. Then if not yours, whose is the wizardry? Said Theoden. Not Saruman's, that is plain. Is there some mightier sage of whom we have yet to learn? It is not wizardry, but a power far older, said Gandalf, a power that walked the earth ere elf sang or hammer rang. Ere iron was found or tree was hewn, when young was mountain under moon, ere ring was made or wrought was woe, it walked the forests long ago. And what may be the answer to your riddle? Said Theoden. If you would learn that, you should come with me to Isengard, answered Gandalf. To Isengard, they cried. Yes, said Gandalf, I shall return to Isengard, and those who will may come with, and those who will may come with me. There we may see strange things. But there are not men enough in the mark, not if they were all gathered together and healed of wounds and weariness, to assault the stronghold of Saruman, said Theoden. Nevertheless, to Isengard I go. I shall not stay there long. My way lies now eastward. Look for me in Edoras, ere the waning of the moon. Nay, said Theoden, in the dark hour before dawn I doubted, but we will not part now. I will come with you, if that is your counsel. I wish to speak with Saruman, as soon as may be now, said Gandalf. And since he has done you great injury, it would be fitting if you were there. But how soon and how swiftly will you ride? My men are weary with battle, said the king, and I am weary also, for I have ridden far and slept little. Alas, my old age is not feigned, nor due only to the whisperings of Wormtongue. It is an ill that no leech can wholly cure, not even Gandalf. Then let all who are to ride with me rest now, said Gandalf. We will journey under the shadow of evening. It is as well, for it is my counsel that all our comings and goings should be as secret as may be henceforth. But do not command many men to go with you, Theoden. We go to a parley, not to a fight. The king then chose men that were unhurt and had swift horses, and he sent them forth with tidings of the victory into every vale of the mark. And they bore his summons also, bidding all men, young and old, to come in haste to Edoras. There the lord of the mark would hold an assembly of all that could bear arms on the second day after the full moon. To ride with him to Isengard, the king chose Eomer and 20 men of his household. With Gandalf would go Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli. In spite of his hurt, the dwarf would not stay behind. It was only a feeble blow, and the cap turned it, he said. It would take more than such an orc scratch to keep me back. I will tend it while you rest, said Aragorn. The king now returned to the Hornburg and slept, such a sleep of quiet as he had not known for many years, and the remainder of his chosen company rested also. But the others, all that were not hurt or wounded, began a great labor, for many had fallen in the battle and lay dead upon the field or in the deep. No orcs remained alive. Their bodies were uncounted. But a great many of the hillmen had given themselves up, and they were afraid and cried for mercy. The men of the mark took their weapons from them and set them to work. Help now to repair the evil in which you have joined, said Erkenbrand, and afterwards you shall take an oath never again to pass the fords of Isen in arms, nor to march with the enemies of men. And then you shall go free back to your land, for you have been deluded by Saruman. Many of you have got death as the reward for your trust in him. But had you conquered, little better would your wages have been. The men of Dunland were amazed, for Saruman had told them that the men of Rohan were cruel and burned their captives alive. In the midst of the field before the Hornburg, 2 mounds were raised, and beneath them were laid all the riders of the mark who fell in the defense, those of the East Dales upon one side, and those of Westfold upon the other. In a grave, alone, under the shadow of the Hornburg, lay Hama, captain of the king's guard. He fell before the gate. The orcs were piled in great heaps, away from the mounds of the men, not far from the eaves of the forest. And the people were troubled in their minds, for the heaps of carrion were too great for burial or for burning. They had little wood for firing, and none would have dared to take an axe to the strange trees, even if Gandalf had not warned them to hurt neither bark nor bough at their great peril. "Let the orcs lie," said Gandalf. "The morning may bring new counsel." In the afternoon, the king's company prepared to depart. The work of burial was then but beginning, and Theoden mourned for the loss of Hama, his captain, and cast the first earth upon his grave. "Great injury indeed has Saruman done to me and all this land," he said, "and I will remember it when we meet." The sun was already drawing near the hills upon the west of the Coombe, when at last Theoden and Gandalf and their companions rode down from the dike. Behind them were gathered a great host, both of the riders and of the people of Westfold, old and young, women and children, who had come out from the caves. A song of victory they sang with clear voices, and then they fell silent, wondering what would chance, for their eyes were on the trees, and they feared them. The riders came to the wood, and they halted, horse and man. They were unwilling to pass in. The trees were gray and menacing, and a shadow or a mist was about them. The ends of their long sweeping boughs hung down like searching fingers. Their roots stood up from the ground like the limbs of strange monsters, and dark caverns opened beneath them. But Gandalf went forward, leading the company, and where the road from the Hornburg met the trees, they saw now an opening like an arched gate, under mighty boughs, and through it Gandalf passed, and they followed him. Then, to their amazement, they found that the road ran on, and the deepening stream beside it, and the sky was open above and full of golden light. But on either side of the great aisles of the wood were already wrapped in dusk, stretching away into impenetrable shadows, and there they heard the creaking and groaning of boughs, and far cries, and a rumor of wordless voices murmuring angrily. No orc or other living creature could be seen. Legolas and Gimli were now riding together upon one horse, and they kept close beside Gandalf, for Gimli was afraid of the wood. "It's hot in here," said Legolas to Gandalf. "I feel a great wrath about me. Do you not feel the air throb in your ears?" "Yes," said Gandalf. "What has become of the miserable orcs?" said Legolas. "That, I think, no one will ever know," said Gandalf. They rode in silence for a while, but Legolas was ever glancing from side to side, and would often have halted to listen to the sounds of the wood, if Gimli had allowed it. "These are the strangest trees that I ever saw," he said, "and I have seen many an oak grow from acorn to ruinous age. I wish that there were leisure now to walk among them, They have voices, and in time I might come to understand their thought." "No, no," said Gimli, "let us leave them. I guess their thought already, hatred of all that go on two legs, and their speech is of crushing and strangling." "Not of all that go on two legs," said Legolas. "There I think you are wrong. It is the orcs they hate, for they do not belong here and know little of elves and men. Far away are the valleys where they sprang. From the deep dales of Fangorn, Gimli, that is whence they come, I guess." "Then that is the most perilous wood in Middle-earth," said Gimli. "I should be grateful for the part they have played, but I do not love them. You may think them wonderful, but I have seen a great wonder in this land, more beautiful than any grove or glade that ever grew. My heart is still full of it. Strange are the ways of men, Legolas. Here they have one of the marvels of the northern world, and what do they call it? What do they say of it? Caves, they say. Caves! Holes to fly to in time of war, to store fodder in. My good Legolas, do you know that the caverns of Helm's Deep are vast and beautiful? There would be an endless pilgrimage of dwarves merely to gaze at them, if such things were known to be. Aye, indeed, they would pay pure gold for a brief glance." "And I would give gold to be excused," said Legolas, "and double to be let out if I strayed in." "You have not seen, so I forgive your jest," said Gimli, "but you speak like a fool. Do you think those halls are fair, where your king dwells under the hill in Mirkwood, and dwarves helped in their making long ago? They are but hovels compared with the caverns I have seen here, immeasurable halls, filled with an everlasting music of water that tinkles into pools, as fair as Khaledzaram in the starlight. And Legolas, when the torches are kindled and men walk on the sandy floors under the echoing domes, ah, then, Legolas, gems and crystals and veins of precious ore glint in the polished walls, and the light glows through folded marbles, shell-like, translucent in the living hands of Queen Galadriel. There are columns of white and saffron and dawn rose, Legolas, fluted and twisted into dreamlike forms. They spring up from many-colored floors to meet the glistening pendants of the roof. Wings, ropes, curtains fine as frozen clouds, spears, banners, pinnacles of suspended palaces. Still lakes mirror them. A glimmering world looks up from dark pools covered with clear glass. Cities, such as the mind of Durin could scarce have imagined in his sleep, stretch on through avenues and pillared courts, and into the dark recesses where no light can come. And plink, a silver drop falls, and the round wrinkles in the glass make all the towers bend and waver like weeds and corals in a grotto of the sea. Then evening comes. They fade and twinkle out. The torches pass on into another chamber and another dream. There's chamber after chamber, Legolas, hall opening out of hall, dome after dome, stair beyond stair, and still the winding paths lead on into the mountain's heart. Caves? The caverns of Helm's Deep. Happy was the chance that drove me there. It makes me weep to leave them. Then I will wish you this fortune for your comfort, Gimli, said the elf, that you may come safe from war and return to see them again. But do not tell all your kindred. There seems little left for them to do from your account. Maybe the men of this land are wise to say little. One family of busy dwarves with hammer and chisel might mar more than they made. No, you do not understand, said Gimli. No dwarf could be unmoved by such loveliness. None of Durin's race would mine those caves for stones or ore, Not if diamonds and golds could be got there. But do you cut down groves of blossoming trees in the springtime for firewood? No. We would tend these glades of flowering stone, not quarry them. With cautious skill, tap by tap, a small chip of rock and no more, perhaps in a whole anxious day. So we would work, so we could work. And as the years went by, we should open up new ways and display far chambers that are still dark, glimpsed only as a void beyond fissures in the rock. And lights, Legolas, we should make lights, such lamps as once shone in Khazad-dûm. And when we wished, we would drive away the night that has lain there since the hills were made. And when we desired rest, we should let the night return. You move me, Legolas. Excuse me. You move me, Gimli, said Legolas. I've never heard you speak like this before. Almost you make me regret that I have not seen these caves. Come, let us make a bargain. If we both return safe out of the perils that await us, we will journey for a while together. You shall visit Fangorn with me, and then I shall come with you to see Helm's Deep. That would not be the way of return that I should choose, said Gimli, but I will endure Fangorn. If I have your promise to come back to the caves and share their wonder with me. You have my promise, said Legolas, but alas, now we must leave behind both cave and wood for a while. See, we are coming to the end of the trees. How far is it to Isengard, Gandalf? About 15 leagues, as the crows of Saruman make it, said Gandalf. 5 from the mouth of the Deeping Combe to the fords, and 10 more from there to the gates of Isengard. But we shall not ride all the way this night. And when we come there, what shall we see? Asked Gimli. You may know, but I cannot guess. I do not know myself for certain. I do not know myself for certain, answered the wizard. I was there at nightfall yesterday, but much may have happened since. Yet I think that you will not say that the journey was in vain, not though the glittering caves of Aglarond be left behind. At last, the company passed through the trees and found that they had come to the bottom of the combe, where the road from Helm's Deep branched, going one way east to Edoras, and the other north to the fords of Isen. As they rode from under the eaves of the wood, Legolas halted and looked back with regret. Then he gave a sudden cry. There are eyes, he said, eyes looking out from the shadows of the boughs. I never saw such eyes before. The others, surprised by his cry, halted and turned, but Legolas started to ride back. No, no, cried Gimli. Do as you please in your madness, but let me first get down from this horse. I wish to see no eyes. Stay, Legolas Greenleaf, said Gandalf. Do not go back into the wood, not yet. Now is not your time. Even as he spoke, there came forward out of the trees 3 strange shapes. There came forward out of the trees three strange shapes. As tall as trolls they were, 12 feet or more in height. Their strong bodies, stout as young trees, seemed to be clad with raiment or with hide of close-fitting gray and brown. Their limbs were long, and their hands had many fingers. Their hair was stiff, and their beards gray-green as moss. They gazed out with solemn eyes, but they were not looking at the riders. Their eyes were bent northwards. Suddenly they lifted their long hands to their mouths and sent forth ringing calls, clear as notes of a horn, but more musical and various. The calls were answered, and turning again, the riders saw other creatures of the same kind approaching, striding through the grass. They came swiftly from the north, walking like wading heroines. Excuse me, walking like wading herons in their gait, but not in their speed, for their legs in their long paces beat quicker than the heron's wings. The riders cried aloud in wonder, and some set their weapons upon their sword hilts. "You need no weapons," said Gandalf. "These are but herdsmen. They are not enemies. Indeed, they are not concerned with us at all." So it seemed to be, for as he spoke, the tall creatures, without a glance at the riders, strode into the wood and vanished. "Herdsmen," said Theoden, "what are their flocks? What are they, Gandalf? For it is plain that to you at any rate, they are not strange." "They are the shepherds of the trees," answered Gandalf. "Is it so long since you listened to tales by the fireside? There are children in your land who, out of the twisted threads of story, could pick the answer to your question. You have seen Ents, O king, Ents out of Fangorn forest, which in your tongue you call the Ent wood. Did you think that the name was given only in idle fancy? All the years, from Eorl the young to Theoden the old, are of little count to them, and all the deeds of your house but a small matter." The king was silent. "Ents," he said at length, "out of the shadows of legend, I begin a little to understand the marvel of the trees, I think. I have lived to see strange days. Long we have tended our beasts in our fields, built our houses, wrought our tools, or ridden away to help in the wars of Minas Tirith. And that we called the life of men, the way of the world. We cared little for what lay beyond the borders of our land. Songs we have that tell of these things, but we are forgetting them, teaching them only to children as a careless custom. And now the songs have come down among us out of strange places and walk visible under the sun." "You should be glad, Theoden king," said Gandalf, "for not only the little life of men is now endangered, but the life also of those things which you have deemed the matter of legend. You are not without allies, even if you know them not. Yet also I should be sad," said Theoden, "for however the fortune of war shall go, may it not so end that much that was fair and wonderful shall pass forever out of Middle-earth." "It may," said Gandalf. "The evil of Sauron cannot be wholly cured, nor made as if it had not been, but to such days we are doomed. Let us now go on with the journey that we have begun." The company then turned away from the coombe and from the wood and took the road towards the fords. Legolas followed reluctantly. The sun had set. Already it had sunk behind the rim of the world, but as they rode out from the shadow of the hills and looked west to the gap of Rohan, the sky was still red. A burning light was under the floating clouds. Dark against it, there wheeled and flew many black-winged birds. Some passed overhead with mournful cries, returning to their homes among the rocks. "The carrion fowl have been busy about the battlefield," said Eomer. They rode now at an easy pace, and dark came down upon the plains about them. The slow moon mounted, now waxing towards the full, and in its cold silver light the swelling grasslands rose and fell like a wide grey sea. They had ridden for some 4 hours from the branching of the roads when they drew near to the fords. Long slopes ran swiftly down to where the river spread in stony shoals between high grassy terraces. Borne upon the wind, they heard the howling of wolves. Their hearts were heavy, remembering the many men that had fallen in battle in this place. The road dipped between rising turf banks, carving its way through the terraces at the river's edge and up again upon the further side. There were three lines of flat stepping stones across the stream, and between them fords for horses that went from either bank to a bare eyot in the midst. The riders looked down upon the crossings, and it seemed strange to them, for the fords had never been a place full of the rush and clatter of chatter, of water upon stones. But now they were silent. The beds of the stream were almost dry, a bare waste of shingles and grey sand. "This has become a dreary place," said Eomer. "What sickness has befallen the river? Many fair things Saruman has destroyed. Has he devoured the springs of Isen too?" "So it would seem," said Gandalf. "Alas," said Theoden, "must we pass this way, where the carrion beasts devour so many good riders of the mark?" "This is our way," said Gandalf. "Grievous is the fall of your men, but you shall see that at least the wolves of the mountains do not devour them. It is with their friends, the orcs, that they hold their feast. Such indeed is the friendship of their kind. Come." They rode down to the river, and as they came, the wolves ceased their howling and slunk away. Fear fell on them, seeing Gandalf in the moon, and Shadowfax his horse shining like silver. The riders passed over to the islet, and glittering eyes watched them wanly from the shadows of the banks. "Look," said Gandalf, "friends have labored here." They saw that in the midst of the eyot a mound was piled, ringed with stones and set about with many spears. "Here lie all the men of the mark that fell near this place," said Gandalf. "Here let them rest," said Eomer, "and when their spears have rotted and rusted, long still may their mound stand and guard the fords of Isen." "Is this your work also, Gandalf, my friend?" said Theoden. "You accomplished much in an evening and a night." "With the help of Shadowfax and others," said Gandalf, "I rode fast and far. But here beside the mound I will say this for your comfort. Many fell in the battle of the fords, but fewer than rumor made them. More were scattered than were slain. I gathered together all that I could find. Some men I sent with Grimbold of Westfold to join Erkenbrand. Some I set to make this burial. They have now followed your marshal, Helm. I sent him with many riders to Edoras. Saruman, I knew, had dispatched his full strength against you, and his servants had turned aside from all other errands and gone to Helm's Deep. The land seemed empty of enemies, yet I feared that wolf riders and plunderers might ride none the less to Meduseld, while it was undefended. But now I think you need not fear. You will find your horse to welcome you when you return. And glad shall I be to see it again," said Theoden. Though brief now, I doubt not, shall be my abiding there." With that the company said farewell to the island and the mound, and passed over the river, and climbed the further bank. Then they rode on, glad to have left the mournful fords. As they went, the howling of the wolves broke out anew. There was an ancient highway that ran down from Isengard to the crossings. For some way it took its course beside the river, bending with it east and then north, but at the last it turned away under the mountainside in the west of the valley, 16 miles or more from its mouth. This road they followed, but they did not ride upon it, for the ground beside it was firm and level, covered for many miles with short springing turf. They rode more swiftly, and by midnight the fords were nearly 5 leagues behind. Then they halted, ending their night's journey, for the king was weary. Indeed. They came home to the feet of the misty mountains, and the long arms of Nan Curanir stretched down to meet them. Yes, dark lay the vale before them, for the moon had passed into the west, and its light was hidden by the hills. But out of the deep water of the dale rose a vast spire of smoke and vapor, in shimmering billows, black and silver, over the starry sky. "What did you think of that, Gandalf?" said Aragorn. "One would say that all the Wizard's Vale was burning." "There's forever a fume above that valley in these days," said Eomer, "but I have never seen again aught like this before. These are streams rather than spokes. These are steams rather than smokes. Saruman is brewing some devilry to greet us. Maybe he is boiling all the waters of Isen, and that is why the river runs dry." "Maybe he is," said Gandalf. "Tomorrow we shall learn what he is doing. Now let us rest for a while, if we can." They camped beside the bed of the Isen River, and it was still silent and empty. Some of them slept a little, but late in the night the watchman cried out, and all woke. The moon was gone. The stars were shining above, but over the ground there crept a darkness blacker than the night. On both sides of the river it rolled towards them, going northward. "Stay where you are," said Gandalf. "Draw no weapons. Wait, and it will pass you by." A mist gathered about them. Above them a few stars still glimmered faintly, but on either side there arose walls of impenetrable gloom. They were in a narrow lane between moving towers of shadow. Voices they heard, whisperings and groanings, in an endless rustling sigh. The earth shook under them. Long it seemed to them that they sat and were afraid, but at last the darkness and the rumor passed and vanished between the mountain's arms. Away south upon the Hornburg, in the middle of the night, men heard a great noise as a wind in the valley, and the ground trembled, and they were afraid, and no one ventured to go forth. But in the morning they went out and were amazed, for the slain orcs were gone, and the trees also. Far down into the valley of the deep the grass was crushed and trampled brown, as if giant herdsmen had pastured great droves of cattle there. But a mile below the dike a huge pit had been delved in the earth, and over it stones were piled into a hill. Men believed that the orcs whom they had slain were buried there, but whether those who had fled into the wood were with them none could say, for no man ever set foot upon that hill. The Death Down it was afterwards called, and no grass would grow there. But the strange trees were never ever seen in Deeping Combe again. They had returned at night, and had gone far away to the dark dales of Fangorn. Thus they were revenged upon the orcs. The king and his company slept no more that night, but they saw and heard no strange thing save one. The voice of the river beside them suddenly awoke. There was a rush of water hurrying down the stones, and when it passed, the Isen flowed and bubbled in its bed again as it had ever done. The king and his company slept no more that night, but they saw and heard no other strange thing, save the one voice over the river beside them. Save one. The voice of the river beside them suddenly awoke. There was such a rush of water hurrying down the stones, and when it had passed, the Isen flowed and bubbled in its bed again, as it had ever done. At dawn they made ready to go on. The light came grey and pale, and they did not see the rising sun. The air above was heavy with fog, and a reek lay on the land about them. They went slowly, riding now upon the highway. It was broad and hard and well tended. Dimly through the mists they could descry the long arm of the mountains rising on their left. They had passed into Nan Curanir, the Wizard's Vale. That was a sheltered valley, open only to the south. Once it had been fair and green, and though and through it the Isen flowed, already deep and strong before it found the plains, for it was fed by many springs and lesser streams among the rain-washed hills, and all about it there had lain a pleasant, fertile land. It was not so now. Beneath the walls of Isengard there still were acres tilled by the slaves of Saruman, but most of the valley had become a wilderness of weeds and thorns. Brambles trailed upon the ground, or, clambering over bush and bank, made shaggy caves where small beasts housed. No trees grew there, but among the ranks grasses could still be seen, and the burned and axe-hewn stumps of ancient groves. It was a sad country, silent now but for the stony noise of quick waters. Smokes and steams drifted in sullen clouds and lurked in the hollows. The riders did not speak. Many doubted in their hearts, wondering to what dismal end their journey led. After they had ridden for some miles, the journey became a wide street. The highway became a wide street, paved with great flat stones, squared and laid with skill. No blade of grass was seen in any joint. Deep gutters, filled with trickling water, ran down on either side. Suddenly a tall pillar loomed up before them. It was black, and set upon it was a great stone, carved and painted in the likeness of a long white hand. Its finger pointed north. Now, not far now, they knew that the gates of Isengard must stand, and their hearts were heavy, but their eyes could not pierce the mists ahead. Beneath the mountain's arm, within the Wizard's Vale, through years uncounted had stood that ancient place that men call Isengard. Partly it was shaped in the making of the mountains, but mighty works the men of Westerness had brought there of old. And Saruman had dwelt there long and had not been idle. He had not been idle. This was its fashion. While Saruman was at his height, accounted by many the chief of the wizards, a great ring wall of stone and towering cliffs stood out from the shelter of the mountainside, from which it ran and returned again. One entrance only was there made in it, a great arch delved into the southern wall. Here, through the black rock, a long tunnel had been hewn, closed at either end with mighty doors of iron. They were so wrought and poised upon their huge hinges, posts of steel driven into the living stone, that when unbarred they could be moved with a light thrust of the arms. Noiselessly. One who passed in, came at length out of the echoing tunnel, beheld a plain great circle, somewhat hollowed like a vast shallow bowl, a mile of it measured from rim to rim. Once it had been green and filled with avenues and groves of fruitful trees, watered by streams that flowed from the mountains to a lake. But no green thing grew there in the latter days of Saruman. No green thing grew there in the latter days of Saruman. The roads were paved with stone flags, dark and hard, and beside their borders, instead of trees, there marched long lines of pillars, stones of marble, some of copper and of iron, joined by heavy chains. Many houses there were, chambers, halls, and passages, cut and tunneled back into the walls upon their inner side, so that all the open circle was overlooked by countless windows and dark doors. Thousands could dwell there, workers, servants, slaves, and warriors with great store of arms. With great store of arms. Right. Excuse me one moment. Thousands could dwell there, workers, servants, slaves, and warriors with great store of arms. Wolves were fed and stabled in deep dens. Beneath, the plain, too, was bored and delved. Shafts were driven deep into the ground. Their upper ends were covered by low mounds and domes of stone, so that in the moonlight the ring of Isengard looked like a graveyard of unquiet dead. For the ground trembled. The shafts ran down by many slopes and spiral stairs to caverns far under. There Saruman had treasuries, storehouses, armories, smithies, and great furnaces. Iron wheels revolved there endlessly. Iron wheels revolved there endlessly, and hammers thudded. At night plumes of vapor steamed among the vents, lit from behind with red light, or blue, or venomous green. To the center all roads ran between their chains. There stood a tower of marvelous shape. It was fashioned by the builders of old, who smoothed the ring of Isengard, and yet it seemed a thing not made by the craft of men, but riven from the bones of the earth in the ancient torment of the hills. A peak and isle of rock it was, black and gleaming hard. 4 mighty piers of many-sided stone were welded into one, but near the summit they opened into gaping horns, their pinnacles sharp as the points of spears, keen-edged as knives. Between them was a narrow space, and thereupon a floor of polished stone, written in strange signs, a man might stand 500 feet above the plain. This was Orthanc, the citadel of Saruman, the name of which had, by design or chance, a twofold meaning. For in the Elvish speech, Orthanc signifies Mount Fang, but in the language of the Mark of old, the cunning mind. A strong place and wonderful was Isengard, and long it had been beautiful, and there great lords had dwelt, the wardens of Gondor upon the west, and wise men that watched the stars. But Saruman had slowly shaped it to his shifting purposes, and made it better, as he thought, being deceived, for all those arts and subtle devices for which he forsook his former wisdom, and which fondly he imagined were his own, came but from Mordor, so that what he made was not only a little copy, a child's model or a slave's flattery, of that vast fortress, armory, prison, furnace of great power, Barad-dûr, the Dark Tower, which suffered no rival, and laughed at flattery, biding its time, secure in its pride and its immeasurable strength. This was the stronghold of Saruman, as fame reported it, for within living memory the men of Rohan had not passed its gates, save perhaps a few, such as Wormtongue, who came in secret and told no man what they saw. Now Gandalf rode to the great pillar of the hand and passed it. And as he did so, the riders saw to their wonder that the hand appeared no longer white. It was stained as with dried blood, and looking closer, they perceived that its nails were red. Unheeding, Gandalf rode on into the mist, and reluctantly they followed him. All about them now, as if there had been a sudden flood, wide pools of water lay beside the road, filling the hollows, and rills went trickling down among the stones. At last Gandalf halted and beckoned to them, and they came, and saw that beyond him the mists had cleared, and a pale sunlight shone. The hour of noon had passed. They were come to the doors of Isengard. But the doors lay hurled and twisted on the ground, and all about, stone, cracked and splintered into countless jagged shards, was scattered far and wide, or piled in ruinous heaps. The great arch still stood, but it opened now upon a roofless chasm. The great arch still stood, but it opened now upon a roofless chasm. The tunnel was laid bare, and through the cliff-like walls on either side, great rents and breaches had been torn. Their towers were beaten into dust. If the great sea had risen in wrath and fallen on the hills with storm, it could have worked no greater ruin. The ring beyond was filled with steaming water, a bubbling cauldron, in which there heaved and floated a wreckage of beams and spars, chests and casts and broken gear. Twisted and leaning pillars reared their splintered stems above the flood, but all the roads were drowned. Far off, it seemed, half veiled in winding cloud, there loomed the island of rock. Still dark and tall, unbroken by the storm, the tower of Orthanc stood. Pale waters lapped about its feet. The king and all his company sat silent in their houses, marveling, perceiving that the power of Saruman was overthrown, but how they could not guess. And now they turned their eyes towards the archway and the ruined gates. There they saw close beside them a great rubble heap. And suddenly they were aware of two small figures lying on it, at their ease, grey-clad, hardly to be seen among the stones. There were bottles and bowls and platters laid beside them, as if they had just eaten well, and now rested from their labor. One seemed asleep. The other, with crossed legs and arms behind his head, leaned back against a broken rock, and sent from his mouth long wisps of little rings of thin blue smoke. For a moment, Theoden and Eomer and all his men stared at them in wonder. Amid all the wreck of Isengard, this seemed to them the strangest sight. But before the king could speak, the small smoke-breathing figure became suddenly aware of them, and as they sat there silent on the edge of the mist, he sprang to his feet. A young man he looked, or like one, though not much more than half a man in height. His head of brown, curling hair was uncovered, but he was clad in a travel-stained cloak of the same hue and shape as the companions of Gandalf had worn when they rode to Edoras. He bowed very low, putting his hand upon his breast. Then, seeming not to observe the wizard and his friends, he turned to Eomer and the king. "Welcome, my lords, to Isengard," he said. "We are the door wardens. Meriadoc, son of Saradoc, is my name, and my companion, who, alas, is overcome with weariness," here he gave the other a dig with his foot, "is Peregrine, son of Paladin, of the house of Took. Far in the north is our home. The Lord Saruman is within, but at the moment he is closeted with one Wormtongue, or doubtless he would be here to welcome his honorable guests." "Doubtless he would," laughed Gandalf. "And was it Saruman that ordered you to guard his damaged doors, and watch it for arrival of guests, and when your attention could be spared from the plate and the bottle?" "No, good sir, the matter escaped him," answered Merrily gravely. "He has been too much occupied. Our orders came from Treebeard, who has taken over the management of Isengard. He commanded me to welcome the Lord of Rohan with fitting words. I've done my best." What about your companions? What about Legolas and me? Cried Gimli, unable to contain himself longer. You rascals! You woolly-footed and wool-pated truants! A fine hunt you have led us. 200 leagues through fen and forest, battle and death, to rescue you. And here we find you feasting and idling and smoking. Smoking! Where did you come by the weed, you villains? Hammer and tongs! I am so torn between rage and joy that if I do not burst it will be a marvel. You speak for me, Gimli, laughed Legolas, though I would soon learn how they came by the wine. One thing you have not found in your hunting, and that's brighter wits, said Pippin, opening an eye. Here you find us sitting on a field of victory, amid the plunder of armies, and you wonder how we came by a few well-earned comforts. Well-earned, said Gimli. I cannot believe that. The riders laughed. It cannot be doubted that we witnessed the meeting of dear friends, said Theoden. So these are the lost ones of your company, Gandalf? The days are fated to be filled with marvels. Already I have seen many since I left my house, and now here before my eyes stand yet another of the folk of legend. Are not these the halflings that some among us call the Hobbitlan? Hobbits, if you please, lord, said Pippin. Hobbits, said Theoden. Your tongue is strangely changed, but the name sounds not fitting, not unfitting, so. Hobbits, no report that I have heard does justice to the truth. Merry bowed, and Pippin got up and bowed low. You are gracious, lord, or I hope that I may so take your words, he said. And here is another marvel. I have wandered in many lands since I left my home, and never till now have I found people that knew any story concerning hobbits. My people came out of the north long ago, said Theoden, but I will not deceive you. We know no tales about hobbits. All that is said among us is that far away over many hills and rivers live the halfling folk that dwell in holes and in sand dunes. But there are no legends of their deeds, for it is said that they do little and avoid the sight of men, being able to vanish in a twinkling, and they can change their voices to resemble the piping of birds. But it seems that more could be said. It could indeed, lord, said Merry. For one thing, said Theoden, I had not heard that they spouted smoke from their mouths. That is not surprising, answered Merry, for it is an art which we have not practiced for more than a few generations. It was Tobold Hornblower of Longbottom in the South Farthing, who first grew the true pipe weed in his gardens, about the year 1070 according to our reckoning. How old Toby came by the plant? You do not know your danger, Theoden, interrupted Gandalf. These hobbits will sit on the edge of ruin and discuss the pleasures of their table, or the small doings of their fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers, and remoter cousins to the 9th degree, if you encourage them with undue patience. Some other time would be more fitting for the history of smoking. Where is Treebeard, Merry? Away on the north side, I believe. He went to get a drink of clean water. Most of the other Ents are with him, still busy at their work over there. Merry waved his hand towards the steaming lake, and as they looked, they heard a distant rumbling and rattling, as if an avalanche was falling from the mountainside. Far away came a hum, as of horns blowing triumphantly. And is Orthanc then left unguarded? Asked Gandalf. There is the water, said Merry, but Quickbeam and some others are watching it. Not all those posts and pillars in the plain are of Saruman's planting. Quickbeam, I think, is by the rock, near the foot of the stair. Yes, a tall grey ent is there, said Legolas, but his arms are at his sides, and he stands as still as a door-tree. It is past noon, said Gandalf, and we at any rate have not eaten since early morning, yet I wish to see Treebeard as soon as may be. Did he leave me no message, or has plate and bottle driven it from your mind? He left a message, said Merry, and I was coming to it. But I've been hindered by many other questions. I was to say that, if the Lord of the Mark and Gandalf will ride to the northern wall, they will find Treebeard there, and he will welcome them. I may add that they will also find food of the best there. It was discovered and selected by your humble servants. He bowed. Gandalf laughed. That is better, he said. Well, Theoden, will you ride with me? Excuse me. To find Treebeard, we must go round about, but it is not far. When you see Treebeard, you will learn much, for Treebeard is Fangorn, and the eldest and chief of the Ents. And when you speak with him, you will hear the speech of the oldest of all living things. I will come with you, said Theoden. Farewell, my hobbits, may we meet again in my house. There you shall sit beside me and tell me all that your hearts desire, the deeds of your grandfathers, the deeds of your grandsires, as far as you can reckon them. And we will speak also of Tobold the Old and his herb lore. Farewell. The hobbits bowed low. So that is the King of Rohan, said Pippin in an undertone. A fine old fellow. Very polite. And so now ends our continuing readathon for the day. For this, the third day of January 2016, which is, of course, the birthday celebration of the author, J.R.R. Tolkien. Now, my friends, I must bid you respite and farewell, for I am going now to meet with the Tolkien Forever group and toast to the good professor on his birthday. It's been a really wonderful read today, and I've been more than challenged, believe me, with my voice being so strained as it is. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, listening to my hemming and hawing and clearing my throat. Good night, farewell for you and for all your loved ones. We'll see you tomorrow as we continue our Tolkien readathon. This is your amiable reader, Clifford Broadway, also known online at theonering.net as Quickbeam, and now you know where I get my pseudonym for all my online writings. Come back tomorrow. This readathon will be powered by XSN, the online geek shopping network that has all the coolest geek merchandise all gathered under one roof. We'll see you tomorrow, my friends. Thank you, and good night.